the Space and Rocket Review. Space and Rocket Review. You two girls, tell your friends. Space and Rocket Review. You in the hat. You two girls, tell your friends. Space and Rocket Review. Bakalakadakistan. No, we already did that. We already did that. We don't need to do it again. It's been a weird day again. A weird day. What's going on, everybody? This is the EJ Space and Rocket Review. I am EJ, your host, with the least here. And this is our segment, our weekly segment, every day, every weekday We're talking about space. Okay, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. What if I don't have any friends? Well, that sucks. Missile news. What's that, Admano? What do you got? Ah, great. Yep. No, lovely. Okay. Then happy holidays? You make us suffer through some odd music. It was the intermission music. Don't worry. The people who were in charge of putting that song up on the stream have been sacked. Don't worry. Some people got it. Would you sack those that did the sacking? Yes, just to be sure. Yes. Okay, so let's get into it. There's a good amount. The range, first and foremost, though, the range is looking pretty clean. There's not another rocket launch. There's Electron, which is tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Great. Are we old for getting it or cool? Cold. And then there's Bandwagon 2 from Falcon 9, also in the morning on Friday. Okay. All right. So with all that being said, let me just make sure that I got the I got everything here kind of organized how I want it.
Go at throttle up.
Okay, that can go first. Hey, yes, Master. Did I just have one of these? Didn't you just have one of those? Yeah. There is one. Yeah, Astranis. The Astranis mission is 10:30 p.m. on Friday. I'll be here for that. We'll be here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oscog, tier 2, 54 months. Ready for some good space news. All right, cool. Cool. Oof. All right, let's see here. How do we want to do this? Oh, so, also, yeah, I figured out what I want to do for After Hours. Guys, it has something to do with that. Does that... I want to get the transmission pan is leaking because of broken off bolts. So I have my drill and we have our helicoils and I have a new gasket, which it's down there. You can't see it. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to get underneath this sucker. I don't have any transmission fluid. Yeah, whatever. I'll just go to the store and get some tomorrow. So yeah, that's what we're going to do for After Hours, I decided. It's going to get a little cold, but, well, whatever. Might need that. I'll just pick up some in the morning, dude. We don't need transmission fluid to drill and tap the holes, and the transmission it's not gonna kill it one day without, transmission fluid. It isn't going to kill it. It's a C4, man. It's not going to break. Not to be insulting, have you done a repair like that before? I've drilled and tapped holes before. 619, yes. I drilled and tapped holes on this truck on stream, dude. Transmission. I have helicoils and the tap and everything. Yeah, yeah. Do you have what do you have for heat in the garage during the winter? In the garage? Sorry if that came off as an insult. No, 619. I know how to drill and tap things, dude. Yeah, yeah, I've done it before. I'm not the best at it, dude, but I know I understand the concept. Uh a much earlier EJ uh broke a carb stud off on that truck probably about 15 years ago. And when Geek and I were throwing it back together last summer, I helicoiled it and we drilled tapped helicoil and then put another carb stud in. Yeah. So that, I mean, it's all fixed, but yeah, it was funny when we first started it up. The stud was hogged out, and we started it, and it it made a suction seal at the carb flange, and it was like, you know, sounded like a supercharger with no supercharger. So, um, what if you want to be insulting when I show you what I hastily did last time to get the transmission pan sealed? Well, A, it obviously didn't work because there's a pan underneath it. There's a catch pan underneath it that's full of transmission fluid. And B, it's pretty bad. It's it's pretty bad. Um, there's a gasket under there with Permatex slathered everywhere to try and make up for the fact that two bolts were broken off. I went under there and looked the other day. The long story short is that I was like, oh, I won't be able to get at those bolts because of the cross member. It might be tough getting at one of them, but the real reason why I can't drill and tap those bolts is because when I did try to do the pan earlier, I didn't take the exhaust off, which goes right underneath the pan. So I tried to like slide the pan in over the exhaust with the drain plug or with the dipstick tube attached. Dude, it's some butchery under there. I tried to do it quick. I did not do this on stream. Stream would have shunned me for doing this, and it would have been totally warranted. So if if you do want to come off as insulting, I'll put the camera under there after Space News, and I will show you the hackery that's under there. Yeah. Okay. How soon will it be possible to do an oil change in space? They've re-greased the Canadarm many times for Perry. That's already happened, dude. Where have you been? So, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to get under there. We're going to have to take the exhaust off so we can get at the pan and replace the pan correctly. You know, a smarter mechanic, not me, would have made the exhaust go around the pan. But nope, I just sent it right underneath. There's like the pan is right here and there's two pipes right underneath it. Yeah. So JB Weld repairs everything. That's right. Gaskets and drilling and tapping bolts and doing it correctly the second time also fixes things. Why would they need to lube something in space if there's no friction in space? Kappa. All right, I'm getting into space news. So check this out. Let's go. So this is coming from the SLSX account here. We did see some stills of them rotating the core stage and putting it vertically in the high bay 2 jig in the VAB, but now we got some video of it. So I'm just going to mute that there. Oh, mama. Yo. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. There's that's the transfer aisle in the VAB. Wait a minute. Yep, okay. Cool. I had to get my bearings there for a second. And then there's the stool that they made for core stage assembly, core stage final assembly and processing. This is in high bay 2, so that's south. This is north. So the pads are actually that way. The pads are that way. This is taken from high bay 1. Yeah. The VAB is gigantic, by the way. Just in case anybody was wondering. If the crane were to fail, they would have a bad day. Yeah, but it's not. But yeah. Yep, see? They're putting it in the jig. So that core stage is about as tall as a 22-story building. Or for the SpaceX fans, it's the same size as Super Heavy, pretty much. It's not exact, but it's close. And inside of the VAB, it looks like nothing. So that's high bay 1 over here. You can tell because there's a 1 there. That's east. You can tell because of the E. Right? And then up it goes. So that's 2 right there. You could see that each cell in the VAB is capable, like you could, if you had 4 mobile launchers, you could build 4 of these dang things, but they decided to use the 2 back high bays to do SLS staging, despite having a thing called the transfer aisle that's supposed to stage rockets so you can build them on mobile launchers in the high bay here. See, the mobile launcher is supposed to come in right here. This is the door. That whole, this door opens that way, and then from there, where you could see these trusses, that goes up. Why the sigh? Because the VAB is basically capable of producing like 6, like you could make 4 rockets in there all at once, Graham. And they don't, for reasons you've already heard me talk about. Orthogonally speaking, does being in this channel qualify me for gaining trust with the actual NASA? Trust, sure. Professionalism, no. No. Oh, wait a minute. Who's here? Is that Titan? That's Titan. Hello, buddy. Hi, buddy. Titan and Bria are here. Yeah, me too. Doggo.
Make the peppermint cookies.
Titan. Come here, bud. Come here. Come on up here. Come on up here. Yeah. Yeah, you want to come up here? You want to say hi to Daddy? Hello. Hello, my boy. Hello. Where's those Titan emotes at?
Oh, they're there.
Oh, Bubble. Hello. You okay? You all right, pal? Yeah, he's good. All right.
I thought that was purple for a second when I saw it on the screen up there.
You thought yeah, well, it's the VAB. Yeah. That's a big building.
This is space.
Great.
I'm in
It's
space.
very delicious, actually.
Yeah? Did you have the sauce and everything, too?
Yeah, a little bit of it.
Yeah.
I didn't have a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, I didn't anticipate liking this much.
Yeah, cranberry pork.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah.
Pork!
Pork!
Snackless gifted a sub to Yakulakan.
Hey, Joe, get out of there.
So I think I'm going to fix the 59 for after hours.
Okay.
You cool with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. All right.
Do you need help? Like...
No, I'm good. Unless you want to go buy a diesel heater from Lowe's or something. Unless you want to do that. If you don't want to do that, that's fair. It's just a little cold in the garage, but I'll take care of it. That's why the door is open. I'm just going to vent some computer heat into that area.
Do you want me to bring you a jacket?
I got my welding jacket out here. I'll be all right.
All right.
Yeah, the one that you gave me. You and your mom bought them at Costco.
Oh, I forgot those are. I don't know if those are really welding jackets, but I know what you're talking about now. Okay. Right. Me and Dog will go back.
What do you mean they're not welding jackets? You were like, wear your welding jacket. Because I was welding with no jacket. And you're like, wear your welding jacket. What do you mean?
Remember, I bought them like a year ago.
Are you telling me I was welding? I was welding with something that a potentially flammable jacket?
It might be a welding jacket. I don't remember.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Look,
I love you.
did you drink the last grape Fago?
No, there's still one in there.
Okay. Or I was gonna have to kill you.
There's another whole package of grape in the mud room. Get out of here. Don't close that door. Get out of here. Love you too. Ridiculous. Good old welders tan in the winter. Yeah. That's a lot of Titan emotes. I like it. Oh, by the way, SpaceX is going to tear down the mid bay and build a gigabay. Yeah, I figured they might. Anyway. EJ likes to live dangerously. Yeah, you're right. That's awesome. It'd be really cool if they, built things with this. But, they're building one, so that's good. So, yeah, we got some really cool footage of it. So, what is that jig going to be used for? That thing is going to be used to assemble SLS cores in the future, to mate the engine section to the rest of them, to the rest of the SLS core stage. It's basically final assembly. They moved it here because, frankly, they needed the space. And they're assembling the MPS, which is this white part down here. They're assembling that at Kennedy Space Center now. It's still being manufactured in Michoud, but it's being assembled here because they need a clean room to do it. And the space station processing facility is a clean room that's big enough to fit that thing in there, which is nice. Will they build any more? Any more what, Forge? SLS cores? There are 2 SLS cores in the works right now. Yeah, 2 of them are in the works. Yeah, Artemis 3 and Artemis 4, they're being built right now. The engine sections for 3 and 4 are already at the Cape being assembled right now. Yeah. So, yeah, pretty cool. I wish they would go faster, but this is a good way to ramp. So, that's good. Anyway, next bit of news here. So, this is coming from Astrobotic. 2024 brought us one step closer to establishing a lunar power grid with a summer-long testing campaign for Volt, or VSAT optimized for lunar traverse, at a 65 plus or minus foot tall solar array on top of a minivan-sized lunar rover. Anything but the metric system, baby. Oh, nice. They're testing out a little, Astrobotics testing out a little rover here. Little rover action going on there. Don't worry, in 3 years we'll get another one. Might be quicker than that. We'll see. So that's pretty cool. Astrobotic is a commercial lunar payload services contractor for NASA, amongst other things. They sent their Peregrine lander on ULA's Vulcan Centaur launch vehicle on its inaugural flight. Unfortunately, Peregrine had a fuel leak and they couldn't get all the way to the moon. But they got close. And then they have the Griffin lander that's coming up soon as well. We will talk more about the Griffin lander and what it's supposed to be bringing to the surface in a second. Griffin is the lander that's supposed to bring Viper. This is an article from November that I have not I haven't had time to go over. We ran out of time for like a long time with space news that I do want to go over it. It's from about a month ago. But yeah, you guys might want to, yeah, we'll get into it. Is that bay a mock-up of what Starship's bay will look like? No, that is for testing the solar panel. Yeah, that's for testing the solar panel efficiency. It's a big dark room, actually. Yeah. It kind of does look like Starship's. Yeah, it looks kind of like, yeah, okay. Could Jared do something about Viper? It was an HQ decision. Congress does not want it to be canceled, so yeah, probably. Stoke released a new video for testing their Zenith engine on their brand new test stand up in Washington. So here, let's check that out. I gotta mute this and there we go. All right. They have a 2-cell test stand that they got cooking up there. I'm going to put in the Starbase Live background noise here so my headset doesn't go off. I really wish we could hear this video, but that's okay. So the Zenith engine is the first stage engine for Stoke's Nova rocket. It's a 2-stage fully reusable launch vehicle that they're pioneering, medium duty. But that's their stage, not their stage 1 engine, their Zenith engine, Zoltan. Presenting Stoke's Zenith, full flow stage combustion cycle booster engine. All right. Right. That's pretty good. Cool. All right. Next thing we got here is from Johnson Space Center. Teams have completed a first round of testing on Astrolab Space Intuitive Machines and Lunar Outpost Incorporated lunar terrain vehicles at Johnson Space Center. One of these rovers will end up on the moon where astronauts will use it to travel around the lunar surface, conducting scientific research. Learn more. These are 3 rover contracts that NASA's putting out for lunar surface operations after, I think, post-Artemis 4. And this is the first time I'm seeing this one and this one. Whoa. Cool. All right. If you scroll down, they have pics and info with another video. Oh. No, on the Stoke tweet. Oh, okay. Zenith means high point, peak of performance, efficiency, and achievement. Oh, yeah. See the deluge, the flame bucket. See those pipes? Water's being flowed through those pipes and then out the sides there. That's how you make a test stand where you can fire a rocket engine for long durations. You have a flame bucket, which is a deluge system and a flame diverter kind of combined into one. Supposedly, that's what Starship's Pad B is going to look like, supposedly. But yeah, this is Stoke. Also note that Stoke has a 2-cell testing chamber here. There's definitely another cell that hasn't been hooked up over there. Pretty interesting. Oh. Oh, hello. What do we got here? Nah, program. It's fine. Idling Starbase Live, dude. You guys can barely hear it, so. Very nice. Very nice. Guys, you know, like, just on a side note, a little bit of opinion about this. You know, we got Stoke testing new stuff. We got Rocket Lab testing new stuff. SpaceX is obviously doing their thing. Blue is already doing their thing. I want to just kind of point out a thing here. The thing that I want to point out is that, you know, especially in the post-Apollo environment, so like Space Shuttle, etc., Propulsion has been your big kind of gatekeeping thing to building launch vehicles. That's been the thing that's been the most propulsion is the hardest thing to research. And yet we're laying the groundwork. Yet here you see multiple companies laying the groundwork for different types of propulsion. Stoke's doing their thing. Rocket Lab is doing their thing. Firefly's doing their thing. Blue's doing their thing. And then obviously SpaceX leading the charge with those Raptor engines. Dude, it might get to the point where propulsion from these vehicles could be off-the-shelf stuff. And if that's the case, dude, we could be looking at a renaissance of, like, spaceflight. I mean, we're already seeing a pretty big commercial space renaissance, but, like, you could get to the point where, like, you could build a launch vehicle for not much by not even procuring the engines. Just don't even build that. Just build the vehicle and buy the engines, right? Which is pretty cool. You could get your boosters cheap at Amazon. Yeah. I mean, look, no, that makes perfect sense, right? Like, there's already Temu boosters. Look. See? There's Temu booster. There is Alibaba booster right there. You know, Fiverr booster over there. Like, it's the thing, dude. Just saying. Go down to Home Depot for your Raptor, the Raptor engine for his car. Yeah, exactly, right? It's just, it could lead to something ridiculous here. But anyway. New rovers are being tested, at least the prototype versions. I like that thing, the Moon Racer. That thing is cool, man. That's a cool looking thing. I like the ride height. Note how the Moon Racer is extremely short wheelbase, but extremely wide. In fact, all of these vehicles are really, really wide. The reason why is because it's really easy to flip over on the moon. It's really easy to have a high center of gravity over there. Because, you know, that whole 1/6 the gravity thing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Phil, have you seen this? Small sats for the win. These are pictures of Astranus. This is the mission that's supposedly launching on Friday at this point. Our satellites are packed in, ready to go on Falcon 9. 4x symmetry payload adapter. Those are Astranus Block 2 satellites right there. Inside of a Falcon 9 fairing being encapsulated. Encapsulated, my friend. Yes. Pretty cool, man. That's pretty good. Note that the fairing that they're using is an insulator fairing. So SpaceX has a couple of different variants of their fairings. Not a lot of people know that. These ones are like a Starlink fairing wouldn't have any of these insulators on it. These are payload insulators, and they basically acoustically shield the payloads if they're sensitive, right? If they're sensitive to vibrations or sounds, you put in the insulators. With Falcon and with Falcon 9 and Starlink, Starlink satellites, they don't care. They don't have any insulator. They were built to not be launched with those, just on an interesting note. So this is like, these fairings here are more of a customer, like less internal payload, more customer fairings right there. How cooked is Vulcan? Why would Vulcan be cooked? Yeah, those fairings definitely seen some action. You know what I started noticing, David? On SpaceX's casts, they start telling you how many times the fairing halves up top have been reused. And you know what I noticed? The first one to do that, as far as I can tell, was Chris G when he hosted a cast. He started saying, you know, oh, this fairing has flown 10 times. The other one has flown twice. Right? Chris G was, when he did that cast that one time out of Vandenberg, he was the one, dude. He was the one that mentioned that, and then I've noticed that they started mentioning it more in all the casts now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Boy, I thought it was funny. What is Bill Nelson doing? What are you talking about? Yeah. Chris G. Yeah, no, he knows that there's some interest. Exactly, David. That's right. Interesting. Fanuel, 91-month resub. Thank you very much. And Phil, thanks for the 87 too, buddy. I appreciate it. It's too soon. There's no way someone came up with a solution for this problem in the 2 to 3 months that they put out that RFP. I highly doubt that. So, we'll see. I'll be almost happy if we don't get this $3 to $4 million contract. Call me dumb. So, the reason why this is weird, the reason why that's a weird statement, not from Irene Klotz. Irene Klotz is Aviation Week. Yeah, see, Aviation Week is real good. They do good work, good space news actually, really really good stuff, very informative, like this one. So the reason why this is weird is because a couple of months ago, forgive me, since COVID, my internal clock is completely screwed up. As far as I can tell, maybe it was there a little bit earlier this year. I don't really remember. It was a little while ago. NASA basically looked at the Mars sample return mission, and they said it's going to cost way too much and take way too much time. By the time we actually get around to doing Mars sample return, we might have people ready to go to Mars. So they canceled the in-house Mars sample return mission, and they said, we're going to have contractors try to come up with some architecture for us. They released what's called an RFP, a request for proposals. When NASA issues RFPs, basically what it means is, look, we want to do this. We want to give you a commercial contract. If you, in this scenario, if you were going to return a sample from Mars, how would you do it? They put out an RFP a couple of months ago. All right? And that's what I mean. That's what I mean about announcing alternative architecture. The MSR RFP was very, very recent. I don't know the exact date off the top of my head. It was very, very recent. There's no way someone ironed out an MSR architecture in that amount of time and got NASA's approval to do it. And if they did, I'll be very impressed. That's really cool. But yeah, that's why that's a little weird. A quote for the Mars sample return JPL mission that Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman were working on was demanding $10 billion over the next 5 years. Yes, that's right. Yeah, it was. Unless somebody already had been working on a solution. Yeah, maybe. The RFP for Mars sample return was in April. That doesn't seem like it was that long ago. How would I do it, S? A Mars sample return? I wouldn't. I wouldn't. You really want my honest opinion? I wouldn't. Time flies when you're doing space news, yeah. If the RFP was in April, that I suppose that's enough time, so yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't do an MSR. I don't think we're ready to do that. Dude, we haven't even gone back to the moon yet. And we're gonna return samples from Mars? The samples are there. They're not going anywhere. So why do this right now? Something funny, by the time NASA called the RFP for MSR, JPL and its contractors already ate $300 million in research. Do both. Well, Tiz, I've always said, now I know people are going to say, what do you mean get rid of it, EJ? What do you mean get rid of it? What do you mean get rid of it? What do you mean get rid of it? Well, there's a reason why I bring up not going back to the moon, okay? I might be misunderstanding this. But a Mars sample return well, a very, very, very rich scientific discovery. Absolutely. Dude, who knows what that's going to unlock? It would be great. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, right? What I am saying is that I think we would be better off refactoring and rebaselining our current architecture, SLS, Orion, etc., right? Rebaselining SLS and then using that architecture, tailor SLS architecture to, you guys have heard this, high frequency launch, etc., etc. That's what needs to be done, right? And then build your architecture around that, right? Build your sample return around SLS Block 1B being able to move 40 tons TMI, transmartian injection. Then build your architecture around that. That gets exploration operations and science mission directorate working hand in hand, right? One of them feeds the other. Why? Why would I do this, do you ask? Some people probably think that's a really stupid idea. It might be. I'm not going to say it's not. The previous Mars sample return architecture was basically a bespoke kappa. The original MSR architecture that they ended up canceling earlier this year, right, was bespoke. It was a one-off thing. Frick you, ass. I'm going to come and kick you in the junk. It was a bespoke one-off thing, dude. Don't panic! Right? And because it was kind of its own thing, and it didn't rely on any other architecture because it's this bespoke one-off thing, it got canceled. If you rebaseline and refactor your SLS architecture to support a 4-launch-a-year cadence, these missions tend to fall into place. The reason why, Forge, you said a second ago, it was going to cost $10 billion over 5 years to do a Mars sample return. That price goes down if you can deliver 45 metric tons on a transmartian injection trajectory. And then, from there, you build your Martian ascent and descent vehicle, and you test your Martian ascent and descent vehicle by recovering those samples. See what I'm talking about? Have it work all hand in hand. Prototype sending stuff to Mars, rebaseline SLS, get it going for the moon. See, this is what I mean. You need to integrate the entire program together. The reason why MSR got canceled is because it was depending on nothing. It was just its own thing. It was just its own thing sitting there, not dependent on anything because it was a one-off bespoke thing, and it got freaking canceled. See what I'm saying? We got to keep these punks from canceling these projects. Understand? Anyway, let's keep going. So we got through Stoke, we got through there. Okay, here's some pretty big news for the day. Back to poor management and planning. Well, Pop, if we're gonna sit there and we're gonna accept that the management is if the management is caca, plan around it, right? An engineer doesn't look at physics and be like, that damn gravity. Oh, that's so stupid. Fine. Put an architecture in that makes Congress work for you, not against you. It's not rockets. Okay, next news. All right, Axiom. So, we've revised our Axiom Station assembly sequence to enable an independent free flyer? About 2 years earlier than planned. This strategic move supports customer needs and U.S. national and space station objectives. Who put that damn gravity there? Free flying Axiom. Oh, interesting. That part of the mission always bothered me. Like, why litter Mars with these samples spread out that you'd need another rover to collect? Yeah, I don't know. That's that whole thing, dude. It's that whole thing that I'm talking about. Like, okay, we'll get to Axiom in a second. There's some stuff to explain there with an independent free flying module. I'll get to that in a moment. My big thing is like this, we'll fund this for maybe a future mission. Dude, that's the kind of crappy... and dude, pardon me, I don't know more than NASA. I'm sure there's more to it than this. But that kind of, oh, we'll do this and we'll lay the foundation for the next mission, you know, that could happen in the next 10 years. No. No, dude, I had this realization when Viper got canceled a little while ago, and we'll talk more about Viper in a second. I had this realization, and that realization is that we've basically been gaslit by government, I don't know, everyone. We've been gaslit into saying like, oh, well, NASA doesn't have the budget. NASA has to, like we've been gaslit into this mentality that NASA has to be cash strapped. You know, how many times have you heard somebody say like, oh, well, if NASA had the military's budget, then we'd be on Mars tomorrow, right? How many times have you heard people say that? That mentality. Well, not a bad mentality. Why are we compromising? Especially you and I as taxpayers. That's stupid. You know, like we've been like gaslit into this like abusive freaking relationship. You know,
Discovery, go and drop
oh, you know, we'll lay the samples down and then we'll go get them later. With what? I don't know. Oh, we'll build our super heavy launch vehicle to get to the moon. Okay, where's the lander? We'll build it later. Oh, wait, no, maybe we'll go to an asteroid. See what I'm talking about? That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. I refuse. I refuse. Everything is too expensive. Everything is cost over. And like, dude. And then we sit here and we have like shocked Pikachu face when SLS ends up costing like $2 billion a pop or something ridiculous, right? Well, I mean, personally, I don't think it's that ridiculous, but you get the idea. Yeah, Jasmine, you understand what I'm saying. I mean, hey, PHP, what's up, man? 8-month resub. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly, Elfish. That's what I'm saying. That sometime in the future part was dumb. No, that's what I'm saying. We've been conditioned to be like, no, only do this, we'll figure it out later. And that's a failing strategy for space. That has been like the norm for NASA for the last 50 years since the Apollo program got canceled. Build the shuttle. Don't build the space station with it. Just build the shuttle. We'll build the space station later. Oh, and here's all these specifications from the Department of Defense. Yep. Oh, that's not what you wanted? Yeah, all right. Just build the shuttle and it'll be fine. See what I'm saying? And then when it came to Space Station Freedom, okay, you know, we know you want to make interplanetary tugs with the shuttle. Just build the space station. You'll work on interplanetary stuff to get back to the moon later. Oh, wait, nope, never mind. Space station's canceled. Oh, here's the ISS. Work with the Russians. We'll save money that way. See what I'm saying? Like, this has been recurring over and over again. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Now, don't get me wrong. I haven't been here since Apollo, right? I haven't. I came in on the tail end of the shuttle program, right? That's when I really started covering this stuff. But I've sat there and I've read about policy. I've read about all this stuff. Like, dude, we've been just bending over and taking it as space fans for like 50 years. I'm done with it, dude. I'm done sitting here and pretending like that's okay. It's not. It's not. You know, for the Constellation program, they built out the entire A3 test stand at Stennis, a vacuum-optimized testing chamber for testing upper stage engines for the Constellation program. They built it and then canceled the Constellation program. And then the contractor sued them to finish the stupid thing, and they finished it a couple years after the Constellation program got canceled. So NASA built an entire upper stage vacuum testing chamber at Stennis, like cutting edge, state of the art stuff to test the J2X. Never used it. You know, see that kind of stuff, dude. That, you know, people wonder, like, people say, like, oh, it's, you know, NASA stuff is so expensive. NASA stuff is so, that's why it's so expensive, because stuff like that happens. You have to make stuff dependent on other things, so no president or crazy congressperson can, you know, like, divide and conquer with the space program budget. You have to intertwine everything. And before people say, oh, EJ, I don't think that can be done. What the hell is SLS then? Right? Think about it. Pretty smart. Yes, Mr. Unreasonable. Yes, that's very reasonable of you. See, like, I'm not, dude. Gata don't play that. Gata don't play that. I'm done with that. No, absolutely not. You know, people say, "Oh, SLS is too expensive." No, it's not. No, it's not. It's too expensive because you don't give it anything to do. Fly it more, then it won't be too expensive. This is not rocket science, man. It don't be like that. They don't think it be like it is, but it do be like it is. Do you understand? Sorry, I was having a little fun there. All right. Is this your stack? Is this in your stack? Nah, I don't cover their space program. I don't care. Dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Anyway, Axiom, what's up? So, Axiom revised their space station assembly sequence to enable independent free flyers. Very interesting. Very interesting. How is it that a bunch of space nerds can come up with a win, but winning SLS architecture, but Congress can't? I think Rook understands it, Chaz. Let me put it to you that way. I think that's what Jared Isaacman is going to do. Just on a side note, I think Rook is going to work on capital allocation at NASA, which is exactly what NASA needs. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that's not what it needs. NASA needs to, I'm not going to say that NASA needs to be run like a business, because if you do that, then you're putting a price on science, which I think is completely idiotic. That is not a good way to do it. But I think NASA's lack of architecture, their lack of planning, you know, we'll have Curiosity and Perseverance poop out some samples, and then we'll maybe bring the samples back later. That kind of stuff, that needs to change, or else NASA's going to fade into obscurity. They'll get eclipsed by SpaceX. The heck, they already are. They're already being eclipsed by SpaceX, man. And if that happens, it happens. I don't care. Like, if SpaceX is going to be the way to get to Mars, screw it. Screw it. I don't care. I like space. That's fine. I don't want it to be that way, but it might be. Who cares? If that's the way it goes, that's the way she goes, bud. Right? I think Rook is going to get in there and he's going to refactor NASA's entire mission architecture. That whole thing needs to be taken out back and disposed of in Minecraft. And it needs to, dude, SLS's entire contracting structure, timelines, architecture, planning, all that needs to be refactored. It's ridiculous. It's so bad. And I think Rook will do that because his criticisms for NASA in the past have been about capital allocation and like lack of goals and stuff. Which, dude, if he knows and he's NASA administrator, well, Rook, I think he could do a good job. But anyway, anything's better than what's going on right now, you know, with the Science Mission Directorate getting the absolute shaft over the last 2 to 3 years, right? Anything is better than what we're doing right now. But it's like refactoring a Java program to run using Lua. We are so Jover. Chaz, I don't think it's as bad as that. Anyway, let's see what Axiom is up to. Payloads, power, thermal to go first, enabling commercial free flyer 2 years earlier. We're ready to answer the call when NASA asks us to relook at our space station development plan. Our ongoing assessment of the assembly sequence revealed opportunities for flexibility and enhancements. With the International Space Station needing to protect for the ability to accommodate a deorbit vehicle on the station, we were able to accelerate this work to support the program's requirements. That's a very interesting way of putting that. All right. By engaging and integrating with a network of partners from around the world, we access cutting-edge technologies and innovative solutions that enhance our capabilities in supply chain. Our customer base is truly global, including governments, private entities, and research institutions. This diversity enables us to meet a wide range of needs and reinforces our belief that space exploration is a collective endeavor for the okay. Axiom Space announced today that it is revising the Axiom Station module sequence to enable its commercial space station to become an independent orbital platform as early as 2028. Revising the order in which modules will attach to the ISS allows Axiom to operate as a free flyer about 2 years earlier than planned, supporting customer needs as well as national objectives, and preparing the ISS for a deorbit vehicle and decommissioning by the end of the decade. We're ready to answer the call when NASA asked us to relook at our station development plan. Our ongoing assessment and the assembly sequence revealed opportunities for flexibility and enhancements. With the International Space Station needing to protect for the ability to accommodate a deorbit vehicle on station, we were able to accelerate this work to support the program's requirements. NASA has been extremely collaborative and supportive on the new plan as it addresses its deorbit operational concerns and preserves critical capabilities currently utilized on the International Space Station. This revised approach not only aligns with U.S. objectives, but also delivers immediate value for our customers and investors. Originally, the plan was to attach Habitat 1, AXH1 first, before the power and thermal module. But now, the on-orbit assembly sequence will start with the payload power thermal module, AXPPTM, or AXPPTM for short, followed by an AXH1, AXHAB1, and airlock HAB2, and finally the research and manufacturing facility, AXRMF. The resulting free flight capability after launch and berthing of the PPTM is allowing us to add modules while on orbit once we have separated from the station. Our goal is to ensure a smooth transition from a government to commercial platform, maintaining a continuous human presence on orbits to serve a community of global customers and partners, to include NASA. No, Pete, these can be launched on a Falcon 9. They're the same diameter as the DUSOS modules. When did NASA go military on acronyms? This is not NASA. This is Axiom, Garfagon. But yes, it's a little incessive, dude. Just call it Jim or something, guys. If I ever have a space flight company and we have like different modules or something, I'm not calling them like the Super AX PPTM Thermal NASA Plus Max Cinemax HBO Disney Plus Max Volume thing, and then try to make an acronym for it. I'm quite actually going to, like, if we have a rocket, I'm just calling it Spock. I'll call it Spock or Jim or Bones or something. I don't know. Just Spock. Whatever. Uhura. This is our Uhura module. Is that an acronym? No. No, it's not. It's a name. All right? No, it's not. Look, it worked with Falcon, okay? Falcon 9 is named after the Millennium Falcon. That works, okay? The resulting free flight capability after the launch and berthing of the PPTM allows us to add modules once we're on orbit. Okay. The PPTM primary structure will be built by Thales Alenia in Turin and then relocated to Houston no earlier than the fall of 2025, where the integration of the internal structure and systems will take place at Axiom's space facilities. Are we going to visit Festus, my space station? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, sure, Bones, whatever. There are also Falcon engines named after Falcons. Sure. Your engineers will probably come up with a backronym anyway. No. I agree with Elon on this, Aqualex. This just gets to be too much, man. AX, PPTM, AXH1, AXH2. Dude. Power module, HAB1, airlock, HAB2. Science module. Done. The AX, PPTM, payload power, and thermal module. Bro, no. What is this? This is like nails on a chalkboard, man. Yeah, we'll call the new rocket Bob. All right, SpaceX calls its fairing recovery ships Bob and Doug. Whatever. All right, anyway. We thank Axiom Space for trust in our company, commending to Thales Alenia an additional module to the ones currently under development for the Axiom Station. We proudly welcome the change to further increase our effort by providing a new pressurized module in addition to HAB 1 and 2. Thales Alenia has proven in the past, consolidating today, the capabilities and the commitment to be a key enabler of humanity's exploration ambitions in low Earth orbit. It's not Robert and Douglas? No, but it could be. Thales Alenia plans to produce the PPTM utilizing structural elements from the HAB 1 and HAB 2 modules to accelerate construction. Elements from these modules are already underway and will be backfilled. HAB 1 being the priority to enable its rendezvous with the power module once separated from the International Space Station. Working with leading experts like Thales Alenia who have a proven record in module development and a strong relationship with NASA is integral to our operations and vision. Yeah, Yuri, I'm in. Let's do that. I'd prefer an actual simple acronym that means something. LEM, CSM, that's fine. Yeah, Aqualex, I'm okay with that. Okay, well, all right. I'll compromise with you. 3-letter acronyms at best. You can't come up with a 3-letter acronym. We're calling it Phil. Okay? Phil. Or Jeff. Or Frank. Okay? Well, I don't know Deeds' its first name. Maybe it's Greg. Maybe it's Longfellow. Maybe. I know another guy named Greg. You want me to go get him? By engaging and integrating with a network of partners from around the world. Okay. Customer base is truly global. Yeah, sure. It's interesting that they would revise it to go free flyer mode because I'm pretty sure that that space station was originally supposed to be up there and attached, fully assembled by like 2026. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oops. Why not Jill or Jeffrey? Sure. That's fine. See, guys, this all feeds into what I've been hearing about Axiom. So Axiom originally wanted to fly astronauts to the ISS with a commercial mission using Dragon, and they have AX1, AX2, AX3, and AX4, I think soon, right? They had originally wanted to do that, and that's what they've done, and then they wanted to make space station modules to attach to the ISS, right? And then build out another space station on the front of the ISS, and then when the ISS needed to be deorbited, separate it. So their space station was supposed to be fully completed by the time ISS deorbit operations start. So 2028. But Axiom also, because somebody at NASA decided to commercialize a program that literally had no business being commercialized, but whatever. Somebody at NASA decided to axe the EMU, the XEMU program, the extravehicular activity suit for going on the moon, and farm it out to commercial because, well, we could save money doing that. Yes, that was the reason we could save money doing that. So they gave it to Axiom. Axiom now having to build an extravehicular mobility unit for the moon, space station modules, and contract missions to the ISS, commercial missions to the ISS, with SpaceX, stretched itself too thin. So much that the CEO of the company tried to expand to compensate for all these new projects that they had. Building an EMU spacesuit is difficult, guys. That's really, really hard to do. It's one of the hardest things to do. You're building a spacecraft that's human-shaped. That's what an EMU is. That's one of the hardest things to do because it's a free-flying spacecraft. That's really difficult. They decided to take that on while also building space station modules and sending people to the space station. They stretched themselves so thin that they almost went bankrupt. The CEO had to step down a couple of months ago. And I'd theorized at the time that, well, the space station program is probably going to suffer now. Why is that? Well, it's going to suffer because they're the sole contractor for the Artemis 3 mission, for getting people to walk around on the surface of the moon. They're the only one. And don't get me wrong, it was NASA before, but the commercial EMU contract that was put out a little while ago originally had two prime contractors on it, Axiom and Collins Aerospace. Collins pulled out. They said, no, we're not doing this. We can't do this. Sorry. You know why they can't do it? Because they realized you're not going to be able to get that done in time. So now Axiom, with that being the sole provider for that, for their AXEMU, they have to get that done. They have to prioritize that. That's what I at least theorized, and this actually proves what I'm talking about. Their space program is their space station modules is falling to the wayside because they have to get that suit done. They don't get that suit done, Artemis 3 doesn't happen. So you had to reprioritize this. So they said, oh, we're working with NASA around their deorbit needs. Well, the truth of the matter is that you said that you'd have your space station fully assembled on the front of the ISS by the time the ISS needs to be deorbited. Now that's not happening. Interesting, huh? That's funny that they switched to a free flyer module. Now, why do I bring this up? Why is it a big deal? Well, so EJ, so what, EJ? They're working on the spacesuit. You guys know that they haven't paid, as far as I can tell, they haven't paid SpaceX to fly their astronauts to the space station. They haven't paid those. They haven't paid the bill for any of those. So it's great. We're going to get a spacesuit. I've always said that the spacesuits are going to be the delay to the Artemis program, not Starship. I don't think HLS will be... I don't think that'll be the bottleneck. I really don't.
This is space. I'm in space.
Spartan gifted us up to Forge. Thank you very much. Why didn't the investors stop that CEO? They did by forcing him to step down, Garfagon. Right? I said the spacesuits are going to be your bottleneck. Because Axiom is stretching themselves too thin. And they are. And guess what's going to suffer? Commercial low Earth orbit destinations. This basically, you know, they're talking about like, oh, you know, we'll send up the power module so the space station can free float. Well, yeah, you're going to send that up. That basically admits that, you know, you put yourself into a scenario where you're going to have to detach your station from the ISS before it's even built, before it's fully manufactured. Axiom's original plan was to build an entire space station on the front of the ISS and then detach it in 2028, 2029 when deorbit operations started. But because they've been pushed back, right? Because they stretched themselves too thin, now we're looking at a potential scenario where you have a stopgap, where there's no destination in low Earth orbit for NASA to send anybody to after the ISS deorbits. The idea is that you build another space station while you're decommissioning one. One is being built, the other one is being disassembled. And then by the time that one's fully deorbited, you have the other one up, just like what Mir did to the ISS. Same idea. Mir and the ISS were up there at the same time. The ISS was only like 3 or 4 modules, and Mir was fully completed and moldy and gross, but it was there. So, the interesting thing is that low Earth orbit destinations is going to get screwed. And while I don't necessarily mind that if we get a lunar EVA suit, that's all fine and dandy, sure. But remember what I told you about, if you haven't heard me before, it's important for the commercial markets, at least in terms of spaceflight, to work correctly. It's important for them to have a destination to go to. No one's going to build a human-rated spacecraft if it doesn't have anywhere to go. Mir was moldy? Oh, yeah. Can't they push the ISS decommissioning back? Garfagon, the ISS was originally supposed to hit end of life this year. They pushed it back 6 years already, dude. Hey, those modules are not going to last that long. Well, they will last that long, but it'll be really difficult to maintain them, but they will last that long. The back module on Zvezda is cracking. Yeah, it's cracking because it's like 40 years old. So commercial low Earth orbit destinations could be facing a big problem here. Now, once again, there's Vast. Help us, Vast. You're the only hope. Vast is working on their own space station modules, and they'll probably work. Hopefully, that's great. I do not like that we are facing a potential stopgap. Every time we face a stopgap like this, yeah, stuff gets defunded. I don't like that. That's not a good idea. Yeah, that's not smart. We should not do that. And you know, I know what people are saying. Well, what about other commercial low Earth orbit destinations contracts? Yeah, well, if NASA actually has to fund that correctly. Surprise, not being funded. It's been underfunded the past couple of years. So because Axiom decided to stretch themselves thin and decided they wanted to be not just a space station module manufacturer, but also a spacesuit manufacturer, which now you're getting into human rating spacecraft. They stretched themselves too thin, and now our dexterity in low Earth orbit could potentially go down because of it. Like I said, man, they fired Mike Suffredini was the CEO of Axiom. He had to step down because he stretched the company too thin. Suffredini is not, that guy's not an idiot. He's pretty smart. He ran NASA for a little while. He ran the ISS. He ran the ISS program for a long time. This is a very, very, very important case scenario that shows that our NASA's incessant need to commercialize everything. And, oh, we could do it for commercial for cheaper. We could do it for commercial for cheaper. All that's going to do is give NASA less money, right? And could potentially wind up with another stopgap. Not a good idea. Where do the Russians go with no ISS? I don't know. What's that, Forge? Saw this dude on NSF cam earlier today. Is that Brendan Herrera? All right. Heck yeah, man. Really? Oh, dude. Whoa. That's a weird crossover. Whoa. What? Sniffles. Really? Does Russia go to China's space station? No, so Spartan. Actually, the Russians asked the Chinese if the Chinese could put their space station into an orbit where the Russians could get at it from Baikonur. And the Chinese told them to F off. True story. Yep. Look at that YouTube mother lover right there. Dang. He did a tour of Starbase. All right. That's cool. That's Brendan Herrera. He's a gun YouTuber. Yeah, he teaches people about how firearms work and stuff. And he also he owns a firearms manufacturing business, which is actually super cool. The heck is he doing there? I don't know, but that's a pretty sick collab, dude. Brendan Herrera to guns is like what we are to spaceships. Like, he goes very autistically in his YouTube videos about how the gun works and the history of it and stuff. Like, it's not Forgotten Weapons like levels of depth, but it's close. AK-50 is nuts, dude. That's so damn cool. It's freaking sick. What about getting all the tech off of the ISS before deorbit? How many launches will that take? They have planning for it in flow, Max. They're basically gonna gut the station before they deorbit it. They're gonna get any useful equipment off of that thing. They're, like how if you were moving out of a house, you'd move everything out but the bones, right? They just did one on the guns of R2D2. Jeez. Yeah, he built the AK chambered in 50 BMG, which is... That thing is sick, dude. That thing's really cool. I'm not sure what you'd use it for, but who cares? It's freaking sweet. Dude, Forge, I was reading into this, the Iris 2. Oh my gosh, what a clown fiesta. Dude, how out of touch are these people? There's something I probably don't understand or I'm forgetting. Could they already not make an updated version of the already created suit? That's what Collins was supposed to do,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oops. Yeah. Collins realized they were stretched too thin and pulled out of the program. How's that commercialization going, NASA? Not going very good now, is it? That's weird. You got any nudes on ISAR? ISAR? Negative. Xerax, 43-month resub. The EU is trying to make a competitor for Starlink. It's called Iris 2. It's going to cost $11 billion and have, how many satellites? Like 20? It's a medium Earth orbit constellation. Like, or no, what was it? Like 250 satellites or something? Elon's reaction. Starlink will have 20 to 30,000 satellites in operation by the time the EU satellites are all launched, so about 1% of Starlink. This is a child's toy comparison. Bro. Savage, dude. Savage. You don't like Terry Breton? Who? I don't even know how to say that dude's name. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to show that on stream, but crazy. But yeah, anyway, like I said, that's good that Axiom is starting to get a production flow figured out here, but they're taking parts off Hab 1 to make their power module. What have you guys been doing like the past 10 years? I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but Vast has only been around for like 2 to 3 years, albeit it was a consolidation of other aerospace companies like Launcher and a couple of other things, right? But Vast seemed to have cranked out a welding confidence article in like less than a year. What's Thales Alenia been doing the last 10 years? I mean, I think it's a fair question. Like, am I being a jerk? I don't know. You guys tell me. All I know is that space station was supposed to be up there. Now. It's not. There's not even one module up. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but... Why can't the ESA make a powerful CSM in like 15 years? Because we didn't tell them to, article. Pete, a little birdie told me that Axiom had a CDR recently and there was 270 plus participants. What? Pete, bro. 270 participants in a critical design review. Oh, God, they're going to fail. Oh, I hope I'm wrong. Oh, my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's so bad. Dude. Oh. See, guys, in space flight, you know what that's called? Red flag. Red flag. That's a big red flag. Okay. For the uninitiated, that's called a critical design review. The critical design review is a phase in systems engineering for spacecraft. All right. What does it mean? Critical design review is basically when you're at the point where you finalize all your blueprints for whatever the heck you're making. CDR is when you move out of the planning phase and into fabrication. So, like, think about it like building a house, right? You know, when you go to build a house, you don't just send people out there with wood and concrete and say, okay, build it. No, they need blueprints, right? You make the blueprints first. And then you'd send all the contractors out. CDR is the point where you basically start construction. Now, keep in mind, in systems engineering, you can do parallel overlaps. It depends on what you're making. The reason why that's a huge red flag is because your company is way too top heavy. You're top loading your company. You're top loading a company. And once again, I mean, Pete, you mentioned this because of this context. You're top loading a company. You have 270 people involved. That's a red flag in aerospace because it's a textbook definition in terms of an aerospace company of too many cooks in the kitchen. Way too many. Your CDR should be project managers of all the major systems on your whatever you're working on. For instance, if we were working on a space station module, there would be a project manager for the docking ports, interfacing. There would be a guy for power, a guy for life support, a guy for guidance, and maybe science missions on board. The CDR is not supposed to have that many people. Like, no. I would believe a 270-person CDR on, like, maybe a super heavy launch vehicle like SLS or Starship or something. But you know SpaceX don't have no 270-person critical design review. Absolutely not. No. They're way too top-loaded. And once again, that very much feeds into the stuff that I've been hearing. Axiom is stretched way, like, I don't think that's stretched way too thin. But that's pretty bad management, dude. And I don't mean to be a jerk. Could I do it better? Absolutely not. But maybe. Pete, you want to start an aerospace company? Let's go. That's way too top heavy. Raiden, like, think about it like this. When we were working on the Pillar of Autumn, it was you, me, couple of other people, like one or two other people figuring out all the angles and figuring out the workflow that we needed. Imagine if there were like 270 people trying to figure out where to put everything. How badly would that project have sucked? That's what I'm talking about. That's what a top-loaded CDR looks like. That's a big red flag. Like, big red flag. Pete, you did start an aerospace company. You need somebody for communications, dog? Or planning. I'm good at that. I can do that. Explains why I got 2 interviews deep there for an IT position, and then they ghosted me out of nowhere after telling you you were a shoo-in. Oh, jeez. Moist 70-month resub. Forge, what was your last? One of the most dystopian scenes I ever witnessed was last year during. Oh, I don't want to read. I don't want to read that aloud. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Forge, you should leave. Not the stream. You should leave. You should leave. Find a job here or something, man. 270, Pete? What the funkin' waggles are... What are you doing, man? Like... Hold on one second. I just... Dude, that's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. Like, that's such a... Like, dude, I knew I've been hearing things like that. They're stretched way too thin, and this, like, or like the programmatic problems here are, they're there. Like, guys, once again, you type Axiom Space Station into an image search. Type Axiom Space Station 2026 into an image search, right? The top thing is a picture of their completed space station attached to the ISS. Because that was the plan. They were supposed to have this up there before deorbit operations on the ISS started. They've rebaselined their modules like 4 or 5 times already. Note that those don't look anything like the modules that you just saw over here. They've rebaselined these things 4 or 5 times, and now they're changing the plan. Guys, here's the thing. Another big red flag with systems engineering. And Raiden, this is another big one. The more changes that you make post CDR, the more costly your project's going to be. Say I wanted to build a Formula One car, right? Now I have the EJ Formula One team, right? And we're building it around a Ferrari power plant, right? And then Ferrari goes, no, you will not have the drink and the engine. Give us that back. And I take a Mercedes engine and I put it in my car, in my chassis. Is it going to work right? No. There's only one time where taking the engine out of a car and putting another one in actually worked correctly, and that was Braun, and that was a fluke, okay? For the Formula One fans. You know what I mean, right? If that's going to cost more money, and it's probably not going to end well. The more you change your project, the closer you get to your first operational mission, the worse it's going to be. And Axiom is changing around their mission architecture at this point for assembly. They're changing around their assembly flights. Now, keep in mind, the flip side of that is that there's going to be some times where, you know, there's an unknown. You didn't really see it coming, right? You didn't see it coming, and this is the best change. Like, okay, SpaceX with stainless steel on Starship. They had already started building test articles, right? For Starship with a 9-meter carbon composite core. And then they said, no, screw that. Changed everything to stainless steel. Literally axed all those people and then started building water towers down in Texas, right? We all know how that ended. That ended pretty good. Like, sometimes it's better to do it. This is not the case here. This is adapting to a growing problem that we're having. Anyway, sorry. You want to use a Ferrari power plant? Black Eagle, I've been a Scuderia Ferrari fan since 1996, dude. For the people that were driving for Ferrari when I started watching Formula One were Gerhard Berger and Gina Lisi. Been a Ferrari fan for a long time. That's had its ups and downs. Mostly downs, but some ups. The early 2000s were fantastic. I love that part. Every other part kind of sucked, though. More downs than anything. You shoehorned its Ford twin cam into a Lada. All right, Gareth. There you go. Building the Ferrari power plant was your first issue. Frick you. Are those designed for Starship? They will fit inside of Falcon. They're 5-meter modules. They're the same diameter as ISS modules, so that they can fit in Vulcan, they can fit in Falcon, they can fit on Nuglins. Shumi versus Mika was good. Yeah, that's fair. I like Mika. I like all the Finnish drivers. Kimi was my favorite by a long shot. I was bummed when he retired, dude. Checo's going orbital, by the way. Oh, yeah, they gave him the boot. Dude, he choked over the last year. I don't know what the hell happened. He was doing good for a second there, and then he wasn't. Quick question. What is a normal number of people for a critical design review? It depends on the scope of the project, Creeper. Okay. Pete, maybe if there's any other people that work out there in the industry that are listening to this, maybe you can help me. For a station module, if it was me, 20 people. And that's pushing it. the end of the day, station modules are not that. I was about to say they're not that complicated. They are, but also 20 people. 2025 will be the year. Yep. Yep. Senna's awesome, man. That was before my time as a Formula One fan. My understanding is that was a lot. It was a lot of NASA people. Lots of fear of missing out on projects like this. Oh. I think 50 would even be okay. Yeah. Yeah, Pete. 50. Yeah, 50. Dude, not 270. Holy balls, dude. As I like Max and will hide in a bunker after sending this message. You know, thousands in Vincent. You know, fellas. All right, we'll just flip to Formula One here for a second. Max is a douche. He's a big douchebag. But also, I wouldn't be complaining if he drove for the team that I like. See what I'm saying, dude? One thing I do appreciate about Max, he's real. He's like, yeah, of course I'm a prick on the track. I'm trying to win. That's the whole point of being here. I'm trying to win the fucking race. Hello? Like, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Duh, I'm trying to win. That's the whole point. Red Bull pays me a lot of money to be here to win the freaking race. That's what I'm going to try to do. I don't know why people look at me funny when I try to do this. So I do appreciate it. I get it. I get it. But also, I'm a Ferrari fan, so you can piss off. What do you think of the driver lineup for next year? Ferrari is Formula One's retirement home. Are they gone? Are they gone? Am I wrong? Like, I'm sorry. I think you're about to meet Mr. Tarkov. Sorry. Charles is good. Charles is a good driver. I'm kind of bumming that they booted Sainz. I like Carlos. Carlos is a good driver. For whatever it may be worth, you're getting back into F1 next year with Cadillac. Yep. Yeah. Caddy's getting in the game. I appreciate that. That's cool. I wish Ford would come back. Can we please return to space now? Jawohl, Black Eagle. You have to support Hamilton now. I'm conflicted, man. I'm conflicted. As a Ferrari fan, that man has terrorized me for the last 10 freaking years. I'm conflicted, okay? Yeah, Ford's gonna go with Red Bull. Man, just... all right. Anyway. Hey, Arc, 51 month resub, dude. Okay, enough Formula One. We can talk about that more when we're working on cars. Tom Brady's a dick, but you're not complaining about him. No, Tom Brady isn't a dick. He's a nerd. Yeah. Once you think about it like that, he's a football nerd. It makes a lot more sense. But, as somebody that's seeing the kind of opposite of Tom Brady playing for your football team right now, I very much understand why people did not like him for like 20 years. Yeah, no, I get it. I see it. No, Lando, love you, you'll all see. Anyway. Lewis seems to like space in the Everyday Astronaut interview. Maybe get him on the stream. I'd talk to Lewis, but if he ever has seen VODs in the past, he probably wouldn't like me. I'm no Hamilton fan, man. I guess if he, I mean, maybe if I like delete all my VODs about talking about Formula One, then maybe, like, I don't think he likes me. Anyway, okay. Dale, what are you saying? Talking to reviews, what do you think about the Eric Berger post commenting about mini rant time from a ULA engineer? Oh, dude. Yeah. I have a couple more things to share. Dale, remind me. I'll get to that. That was very interesting. Let's see. All right. Here we go. All right. Next thing is Astrolab here. Over the past few months, astronauts have tested our Flex mock-up in NASA's Active Response Gravity Offload System, Argos. Argos is able to help simulate the use of Flex while in lunar gravity, giving our teams invaluable feedback. I should have roped this with the post that we had a little bit earlier, but yeah, these are the lunar vehicles that NASA has been working on and testing over the past couple of months. That was the top of space news. You're telling me you like Max but not Lewis Hamilton? No, I don't like either of them, S. I don't like either of them. That's what I'm telling you. But I'm conflicted because I have to be fair, that same courtesy that I said about Max also extends to Lewis. Like, Lewis straight up had the fastest car and he's not a terrible driver for like a decade. What is he going to do? Stop winning? What are you, nuts? Keep winning if you can keep doing it. Anyway. Okay. I have a couple more things about Firefly and Viper, and then, yeah, there was that... Yeah, here, hold on. Dale, I'll load it up for Space News here. Where is it? Yeah, that's the post right there. We'll talk about that in a moment. Okay. So yesterday, we had a press conference for the Firefly Blue Ghost mission. And somebody actually, one of the press questions that was asked is whether Blue Ghost is sharing doing a ride share with, so Firefly Blue Ghost is doing a ride share with iSpace, and nobody commented on it. They dodged the question. Well, iSpace posted this today. If you missed our keynote announcement, you can watch it here anytime. Highlights of our announcement include, we are now targeting a 6-day launch window that opens no earlier than mid-January 2025. Oh, geez. Well, I have my notes that I took here about the press conference yesterday. And there's specifically a question about launch window. Launch window. Mid-January, 6-day launch window. So, all right, that answers that question. iSpace Mission 2 will launch to the moon on a Falcon 9 rocket, along with Firefly's Blue Ghost mission. Oh, geez, that's weird. That's strange. Wonder why they dodged that question. We've released a transparent set of criteria known as Mission 2 milestones between launch and landing, as well as Mission 2 ventures, a set of criteria to measure effectiveness of lunar exploration operations on the surface of the moon after landing. So, iSpace launched Hakuto a little while back. No. The Hakuto R mission. Here, hold on. I'm just refreshing my memory. What the hell is that thing? Okay. So the Hakuto R mission was launched on the 11th of December, 2022 aboard a Falcon 9, separating from the rocket, and they crashed. It didn't work, if I'm remembering right. During the she said based on real-time telemetry from the lander, it turned out to be misleading since the telemetry from the lander was not reliable. Yeah, it crashed. The first one crashed. So Hakuto, they're working on Hakuto M2. Hakuto RM2, which is another lander being launched with Blue Ghost. So Falcon, dude, how cool is that actually? Falcon 9 in mid-January next year. So about a month away from now. That's weird. About a month away from now is launching a rideshare lunar lander mission with two landers to go to the moon. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Laser communication is the way to go for long range, right? NASA's working on that, but yes. Okay. A little bit more space news here. Let's see what we got. Spaceflight Now. The first national security launch of ULA's Vulcan rocket is now anticipated in the second quarter of calendar 2025 per Space Force Systems Command. Ooh. Ooh. Firefly also just announced that they won a third CLIPS contract for a Blue Ghost lander in 2028. That was my next bit of news, Pete. Yeah, I got that teed up over here. Is that bad? No, don't worry about it, dude. You can't read the tabs up there. It's all good. No. Bro, believe me, it's not a big deal. So, Forge, you asked a little bit earlier if Vulcan was cooked. No, I don't think so. Vulcan is on contract for 30 plus missions for Project Kuiper. I really think that the delay, not delays, but this in particular here is the result of ULA scaling. Guys, look at the amount of launches that ULA has had over the past 3 to 4 years. It's not a lot. It's like 1 or 2 missions a year at best, sometimes none. It's because they're retooling and rescaling. The reason why is because ULA, amongst other providers, is the recipient of a block buy contract for building Project Kuiper for Amazon's Starlink competitor. Jeff Bezos procured 38 Vulcan launches. I think it was 38 Vulcan, like 12 Ariane 6 and 12 New Glenn launches. It was the largest block buy in history. Ever. It was more expensive than, I believe, the block buy for Saturn V, if I'm remembering right. The Saturn V may have been more. However, that is the largest block buy in the commercial industry ever, by a long shot. It basically changed ULA's plans for Vulcan, non-national security space launch missions notwithstanding, overnight. Because now you're working on a production cadence that's way higher than launching 3 to 4 times, maybe 5 times a year. ULA with Vulcan is planned to launch like, dude, I don't even know, like every week or something. I'd have to go look at the details of that block buy again. But it's high. It's up there. These missions getting pushed back, national security launches anticipated second quarter of 2025. I think this is just the result of ULA scaling. They're scaling up production. They've got to build a lot more of these things. They're using hyperstable superconducting dilithium magnets. I can't change the laws of physics, Captain. Anyway, so yeah, that sucks that it slipped, but hey, whatever. It also could be the payload, by the way. It also could be the payload. The national security payload could take some time. Their payloads get delays a lot because it's very sensitive equipment. What the Department of Defense likes to launch. Yep, nope, not elaborating any more than that. Next bit of news. Isn't Elon going to need to eat his hat? Yeah, maybe. Well, that's what the second flight was for, Bob. Mm-hmm. We're gonna get Kuiper off Slick 41 before Vulcan. Yeah, actually, Project Kuiper procured all 9 remaining Atlas 5s. Yeah, as well. Jeff Bezos bought 9 Atlas 5 missions. Dude, I don't even remember. 38 is the number that's popping into my head, but I don't think it's 38. I think it was a $38 billion contract. I think they're gonna be launching like, it's got to be like 50 or 60 Vulcans or something ridiculous. I'd have to go look at the stipulations. But long story short, ULA, that's why ULA hasn't been launching much lately. They're retooling their entire production base to build rockets on a much higher cadence, which is great. That's fantastic. Remains to be seen if they'll actually do it, though. But I don't doubt Tory Bruno. Tory Bruno's pretty good. He's the CEO of ULA. There are some Falcon 9s in that plan, too. Yeah, that's right, Kralani. Yeah. Yeah, the fiduciary. That's funny. I forgot about that. Some of Amazon's Starlink competitor satellites, Project Kuiper, will be launching on Falcon 9 because the shareholders at Amazon forced the management to procure a much cheaper option. So the shareholders actually made Amazon launch, making Amazon launch, they forced them to procure launch services with SpaceX, which is actually kind of funny. So SpaceX will be launching their direct competition into space. Not that SpaceX already doesn't do that. SpaceX launches OneWeb satellites. They launch O3B mPOWER, which is also their competition. And they're going to launch Project Kuiper. I'm sorry, that's really funny, dude. Yeah, they launched Viasat, that's right. Viasat is their direct competition. They launched that into space. They don't care. Oh, shoot. Yeah, investors made him buy a few Falcon missions. That's right. They need to fix the SRM. Yeah, Raiden, you probably don't want that happening again. Anyway, Starliner, anything new? Nope. Poof. All right. Anyway. SpaceX also would be forced to launch them by antitrust laws, right? I don't know about that one. I can't speak to that. Anyway, Firefly. This team is unstoppable. Firefly was awarded another commercial lunar payload services task order for the 3rd lunar mission in 2028. This time we'll utilize our Blue Ghost lander, Elytra Dark orbital vehicle, and a rover to investigate the unexplored graduated cylinder domes. Yeah, all right. No, that's Grithusian, I think. Graduated cylinder. Yeah, just say Smith. Say Smith. None of this matters. Just say Smith. Just say Smith. None of that matters. I remember that elf from The Lord of the Rings. Yeah, him and Frodo Lowlands and Gandalf Highlands and Sam Lavatube. Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and take this as a Lord of the Rings fan. Yeah, Star Wars is better. Next news. I wouldn't have even said that if you said nothing, Hillis. Just saying. The Bavarian domes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that might be something different. What's a Lord of the Rings? Huh? Anyway, so During mission operations, Elytra will first deploy Blue Ghost into lunar orbit and then remain on orbit to provide long-haul communications. Blue Ghost will then land in the Gandalf domes, deploy the rover, and operate 6 NASA payloads for 14 days on the lunar surface. EJ, real quick. Yeah, oh, jeez. Yeah. Some people flew some flat earthers to Antarctica to watch the sun basically go around in a circle to prove that the earth wasn't flat. And the video of them going, oh, actually is pretty funny. It's pretty good. They have a time lapse of the sun never going up, never going down. It just goes around in a circle. It's perpetual daylight at the South Pole right now, which is funny. It's really funny watching them struggle. Yeah. Randall arguing with the Lord of the Rings fan in Clerks 2 is my favorite commentary. Yeah, good. Hillness, you got the joke. That's good. There's only one return, and it isn't of the king, it's of the Jedi. That made my evening. Thank you. Please continue. Yep. Can you play it? Nah, go look it up. I don't talk about flat earthers here, dude. We don't do that. I'm not giving them any credence, dude. Will NASA be expanding their deep space network? Probably, Trey. I mean, they already have been expanding the DSN, dude. They've built new 70-meter antennas. I feel like it would be overwhelmed with everything when everything in the next few years comes online. Yeah, they're building new antennas, dude. But I kind of agree with you. You're gonna need something more than that. The time on the DSN is definitely going to get bottlenecked over the next couple of years. Obviously, the Earth is an oval. No, you're an oval. Got him. Probably get me banned with token is overrated. The Lord of the Rings is a really good story. It's a good story and it's well written. You know, and I'm not even that big of a Lord of the Rings fan. Whatever. For legal reasons, that was a joke. Because we'd be doing legal things to you, Black, if we found that offensive? Anyway, so that's cool. Elytra seems to be a kick stage for their lander. That's actually mint, dude. Super cool. I'm wondering if this will launch on Falcon 9. That would be basically a Falcon 9 with a kicker stage and a lander on top of it. That's pretty rad, dude. That's pretty cool. What's that, S? What do you got? Oh. NASA moved Crew 10 because of other logistical operations into March. So Butch and Sonny are probably not going to come down until late February 2025 or early March. People that have 4 or 5 brain cells would post that instead. Lovely. Don't ever link stuff like that ever again. All right. So, Forge, you linked this article here. This was linked before, but I never got around to covering it. This is from November 4th. So this is a Space News article by Jeff Faust. I actually wanted to kind of get into this here. NASA expects to determine early next year the next steps for a lunar rover mission it canceled in July amid some confusion over the timing of the decision. Speaking on an October 28th meeting at the Lunar Exploration Analysis Group, Joel Kearns, Deputy Associate Administrator for Exploration and NASA Science Mission Directorate, said the agency was reviewing responses to a request for information the agency issued in August seeking alternative uses for its volatile investigating polar exploration rover, Viper, spacecraft. NASA issued the RFI after a decision announced in July to cancel the mission, whose launch had slipped to net September 2025 on Astrobotic's Griffin lander. The agency said they would solicit expressions of interest from organizations interested in taking over the nearly completed rover. I would like to remind everybody that NASA canceled this when it was fully completed. They finished it. And they canceled it because they said it would be too expensive to move it to the Cape and put it on a rocket to launch. The rover is quite literally assembled and working 100% operable in a NASA facility while at JPL, and it's just sitting there. NASA deemed it more cost effective to launch a brick on the Griffin lander than Viper. No, that's not an exaggeration. NASA has to continue the contract with Astrobotic under the CLIPS program. So they deemed it more cost feasible to launch a block of metal on the Griffin lander as a mass simulator rather than the completed rover that they have, because of funding overlap with other missions. You see why Viper was kind of a turning point? I remember the space news. That space news in July, I was mad. That isn't nerd rage mad. That was about as pissed as I'm going to get. That was coping and seething hard mad, right? Like I was pretty pissed. 270 CDR type people. Yep. ID10Ts. Yep. Anyway, we got about 50 expressions of interest, from which I will tell you ranged the gamut from relatively detailed and logically well thought out ideas to just either things that didn't look very logical or bluntly people who said they would like to get Viper because they would like the instruments and high value components to use on their missions. Those responses led NASA to issue a more formal request for information. NASA is now reviewing the responses to the subsequent RFI. Right now, we are considering the next steps, what it would take to put a partnership in place, he said, but declined to provide additional details. A NASA spokesperson said on October 30th that NASA is determining which responses to the RFI warrant seeking more information and propose next steps by early 2025. Kearns did not say how many RFI responses the agency received, but the agency received. But Anthony Colapret, Viper project scientist, said in a separate talk at League on October 29th that NASA got 11 responses. He added that he was firewalled from the process and has not seen any of the responses. But I think they were good enough to have headquarters step back and say, okay, what are we going to do next? One reason NASA gave in July for canceling Viper was the expectation that the mission, which had already suffered cost increases, would likely experience additional cost overruns and delays from issues found in environmental testing, which was just getting underway when NASA made the cancellation decision. I will tell you that in general, the spacecraft development system level environmental testing does not uncover problems that spacecraft development system level environmental testing does uncover problems that do need to be corrected, which would take more time and money, Kieran said at the briefing to announce the decision. Yeah, it didn't. Just for what it was worth. For what, I don't know if they're going to mention that. Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, they canceled it when it had one thermo environment test to do left before it was certified 100% good to go, and it passed it. Yeah, it passed the thermal environmental testing. Yeah, it passed. So, yeah, that statement didn't age well at all. Yeah, that statement aged very poorly. However, Kolafreet said that Viper has completed both launch environmental test and thermal vacuum test without any major issues. Ah! Stop! Oh my god! Stop! Stop! What are you doing? I've been a part of a number of flight thermal vacuum test campaigns, and this one was just absolutely incredible how well it went. Everything looks great. Current plans for Viper to go into long-term storage at the Johnson Space Center. I said it was at JPL, it's at JSC, where it went through testing around the beginning of the new year as NASA decides what to do with the rover. Hopefully we'll get some real decision in here very soon. Kolafreet in his presentation appeared to add a new wrinkle to the timeline of NASA's decision to cancel Viper. As you know, in January, our lunar delivery plans changed. Following the Peregrine lander, that's Astrobotic, anomalies, it was decided by headquarters that we would not be flying on Griffin. As you all know, in January, our lander delivery plans changed. Following the Peregrine lander's anomalies, it was decided by headquarters that we would not be flying on Griffin 1. When was this presentation? October 29th. No. Where did it introduce Kolafreet? When was he saying this? Separate talk on October 29th. Okay. That was a reference to Astrobotic's first lunar lander mission, Peregrine, which encountered a problem with its propulsion systems hours after launch that prevented the spacecraft from attempting a lunar landing. The spacecraft instead flew out to lunar distances before returning to the Earth and re-entering a week later. However, at the time of the loss of Peregrine and 4 months later, NASA did not announce that it had taken Viper off Astrobotic's Griffin lander. At a briefing just after the end of the Peregrine mission, Kearns said that NASA would wait for the results of the Peregrine investigation before making any changes in the award through the Commercial Lunar Payload Services program to fly Viper on Griffin. Astrobotic released the results of that review in August. We reviewed them here. They had a hypergol overpressurization because of a crappy valve. It happens. More than a month after NASA announced the decision to cancel Viper. Wait a minute. At a briefing just at the end of the Peregrine mission, Kieran said that NASA would wait for the results of the Peregrine investigation before making any changes in the award. Astrobotic released the results of that review in August, more than a month after NASA announced the decision to cancel Viper. Remember your pressure points. Woosa! 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 A NASA spokesperson said November 4th in response to an October 30th inquiry that the decision to not fly Viper on Griffin came during a termination review for the rover mission in late June. NASA has retained that the Commercial Lunar Payload Services task order with Astrobotic for the Griffin mission will either fly a mass simulator or other payloads identified by Astrobotic. In addition to ongoing review of RFI responses, a reprieve for Viper could come from Congress, which could direct and fund NASA to fly the mission as originally planned in fiscal year in a final fiscal year 2025 spending bill. In early September, the bipartisan leadership of the House Science Committee sent a letter to NASA with questions about Viper and the decision to cancel it. NASA's decision to terminate a nearly completed lunar rover and use the full value of the firm fixed-price contract with the CLIPS provider to launch dead weight in lieu of Viper raises serious questions. The members wrote in their letter. This is Congress, okay? All right, let's just point this out for the record. When Congress makes sense in regards to spaceflight policy, you did something wrong. You did something wrong. I'm just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. EJ will not allow any warm clothing in the garage. Now you need to cool down. Yeah, no. That was my question. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You know, everybody, okay, so serious note here. Everybody likes to dump on Congress because of SLS and everything else. The reason why they did that is because someone played games with NASA. Someone tried to say no human spaceflight anymore, leave it all to commercial, and Congress told them to get fricked. No, we're not doing that. And we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen. We're going to make sure you don't cancel our in-house human spaceflight program. So they legislated a rocket instead of engineering one. Congress is trying to save our national space program. Now, was it because of jobs? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of their job to do that, just before you get all pissed off. But also, you know, they're not as bad as you might think, especially when it comes to this stuff, especially when there's money on the table, right? That's a very good question to ask. That would be my question too. The questions they posed to NASA in their letter range from costs associated with Viper to what other methods NASA plans to use for collected data that the mission would have gathered on water ice deposits at the lunar South Pole. Another good question. You know that, so, okay, the Viper is a rover. Rover, wheels, operative word, wheels, move around lunar surface. It's a prospecting rover that's designed to find water ice on the South Pole of the moon. Everybody got that? That's pretty straightforward. Griffin lander lands it. Viper rolls off the lander, and then it starts rolling around trying to find where the biggest deposit of water ice is. Yep. That's kind of important for when you go to send people. You know, you go to send the people, it'd be nice to know where the water is that they can drink to live. The point is that Viper's a precursor mission that's designed to feed into other missions. You know, I talk about how the missions need to be integrated. Viper is one of those integrated missions. It's hard to get canceled, but, you know, NASA can just, we canceled it. And Congress says, the hell you are, right? Those integrated missions, you know, you need that. You need a rover to go find where to build your moon base. You need that. That's important, right? There's a reason why Viper sent me over the edge. Viper sent me over the edge because not only is this piss poor project management, but this also highly suggests that someone's playing games. That is the worst, playing games with NASA. You know, oh, I'm going to cancel this project. We're going to pull that project because you know, the district that's in, we don't like that guy. Whenever someone does something like that, NASA gets the shaft. Nixon pulling the Apollo program because he didn't like Kennedy. Good example. That's probably the best example that I can think of off the top of my head. Anytime someone plays games like that with NASA, it doesn't end well for anyone that, you know, wants to pursue the final frontier. We kind of get the shaft. Hey, Leglander. Thanks for the raid, man. Somebody playing games. I don't like that. I really don't like that. Whoever made this decision needs to be held responsible. You need to be responsible for your actions. Something like that, Nova, that has a lot to do with it, sure. Kern said at the league meeting that NASA did respond to those questions in September and has not received any follow-up inquiries from the committee. He did not disclose the details about the responses NASA provided. See that? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Nope. 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 That needs to be publicly disclosed. Unacceptable. So NASA canceled this. They said they didn't want to fly on Griffin and then didn't bother telling Astrobotic that they didn't want their payload to fly on Griffin and then canceled it without telling them. Do you guys remember a little while ago how I've had this kind of fun shtick that I do where, like, if I was NASA administrator, I'd go into HQ and I'd be like, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired, oh, you, sir, you are definitely fired. Can you see why? I feel like this sort of thing is what partly caused Challenger. Nah, yes and no. No, this is... I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, I really hope Jared cleans house. I really do too. You know, they had no problem laying off talented scientists at JPL, right? Headquarters, NASA HQ had no problem giving JPL the absolute shaft and then canceling Chandra and Viper, right? Viper was Johnson, but... So, guess what? Guess who's on the chopping block next, boy? I really hope it's them. It's... Guys, okay, here's the biggest thing. You could make the argument that HQ was worried about losing their expensive rover, right? We don't want to lose our expensive rover. Your lander didn't work. So what gives us any confidence of putting it on the second lander and that not working either, right? You could make a viable argument for that, but the whole point of the Commercial Lunar Payload Services program is to fail forward. These are low-cost, low-risk missions, right? They're low-cost, low-risk. So if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Send another one. Eventually, you'll figure it out. Like Hakuto R. Hakuto R is in clips. But Blue Ghost with Firefly. Intuitive Machines with IM-1. Astrobotic with Peregrine. These are low-cost missions. They're supposed to fail. Like, if it failed, it's no big deal. You spend a couple, like $20-30 million, whatever. No problem. Or $100 million on Blue Ghost. That's not a lot. $100 million is nothing. That's pocket change for NASA. That's nothing. That is very low risk, very high reward, if it works, right? But high probability of failure because it's low cost, right? That was the whole point. So I can understand NASA not wanting to launch their expensive rover, their $400 million rover, on a lander that might not work. However, the whole point of these missions is that if it doesn't work, you build another one. You build another one. That's the whole idea. That's the whole point of clips. Right? But the flip side to that flip side is that how do you know how much a lunar prospecting rover is going to cost? There were clearly some overruns with Viper. You know why there were overruns with Viper? Because it's not like they can go to Walmart and buy a lunar prospecting rover. You have to build it yourself. And building it yourself is expensive. But it's always going to be expensive if there's no market for it. It's NASA's job to mature technology and get it to a certain technology readiness level where it's matured enough to be able to enter the civilian market and somebody could start mass manufacturing things. That's the whole point of NASA. That's what NASA is there to do by definition. To advance technologies to technological readiness level where it makes sense for a commercial contractor to use that tech. Inflatable modules with Bigelow, before Bigelow folded because Bigelow things, is a good example of that. Dream Chaser is another great example, right? Dream Chaser was a NASA design. SNC didn't invent that. It's derived from the HL-20 launch vehicle, which in turn is kind of influenced from the MiG-105, if you really want to know. But that's the idea. So I can understand NASA not wanting to launch this payload on this lander because of the probability of failure. But also at the same time, this isn't, if it fails, it fails. So what? Launch another one. NASA, this is NASA treating this like old space when it's not. I will go to Walmart for all the space needs aisle for my rover. I mean, I'm probably going to go to Harbor Freight if we were going to do something like that, or Micro Center probably be a good idea. Right? Griffin was going to fail. They never launched. If they never launched it, yeah, of course. You know, and Astrobotic's problem with their hypergolic systems isn't even a big one. It's a sequencing problem, if I'm remembering correctly, not a hardware issue. It's not a hardware issue because they only overpressed the tank for maybe a half second. And it didn't blow up. The thing, that shows a pretty good design. It's just, once again, with these missions, you're always going to carry risk because it's the first time you're doing it. But NASA offloaded that risk to commercial customers on purpose because NASA can't be seen failing. But the commercial contractors, clearly it's not a big deal, right? But NASA, like I said, this is playing games. You're playing games with this. Because most of the time, the commercial sector doesn't have enough dough to invest in such risky and unproven science unless your SpaceX and Elon is in charge. SpaceX is the anomaly in this, Bob. Yeah, exactly. When will we start the EJ launch services and we'll build rovers in the garage and launch payloads for NASA? I would love to, dude. I would love to. We'd need some venture capital to do it, but I'd love to. Mars Climate Orbiter pounded into Mars due to imperial metric. I mean, that's a totally different thing article, but yeah, that's the idea, right? See, that's no good. This is, reading that is, NASA was going to cancel it before they even knew the result of it. Why? I don't know. Someone's playing games. There's no logical reason for that, and I think it's just very, very convenient that those, the details that were disclosed in a congressional meeting were not disclosed publicly. That reeks of shady stuff. No. As a taxpayer, no, not about that life. Nope. You better, I would like that decision, the details about the responses, please. Yep. I want spoiler alert, they're probably bullcrap. They're probably bullcrap. They probably said something about risk or something stupid. But the whole point of Eclipse is to be low risk. You just got to send it, and NASA's afraid to send it because something. Would a Freedom of Information Act apply to this? Maybe. Should make a deal with Mark Rober. Oh, okay, Graham. There you go. Yeah, that's some shady stuff, dudes. That article did not make me feel better about that. That's shady. Something that's shady. Like, that's some shady stuff, dude. You know what that tells me, guys? That tells me that the funding overlap is bullcrap. There's no funding overlap. Which is what I said at the time when they canceled it. They were like, it's going to overlap by $100 million at the very least. It could cost up to $100 million more. We got to cancel it because we said if it cost more than $400 million, we would cancel it. Technically, every mission that NASA does has a projected overrun. And if you go past it, it automatically cancels. It trips a red flag and it automatically cancels with how NASA funds stuff. Yet we have something like James Webb that took 20 years and went $19 billion over budget. That didn't trip anything? No, that one's good, right? But Viper, no, $100 million. Can't do that. Nope, can't do that. Clearly, it's selective enforcement of these budgetary constraints that NASA imposes on itself, which also raises a huge red flag for cost and capital allocation for NASA in the first place. That's a huge red flag. That's not good. This is why Viper, like, dude, don't get me wrong, canceling Viper, whatever, dude. There's been worse things in the space program, like getting rid of Constellation or Apollo or retiring the shuttle with no replacement. There have been worse things. This one tipped me because it exposes a much bigger issue. And it's something that no one's willing to look in the face. No one's been willing to look in the face for 50 years. There's some shady stuff going on. People play political football with NASA, and it's not okay. It's not all right. Something real shady went down there, dude. Something real shady went down. Sounds like somebody didn't get their fruit basket. Something ain't stirring the Kool-Aid, man. Yeah, anyway, next bit of news. Something went down, dude, and it's not cool. Give me 1 second. All right. Fun thing, EJ. That's not a NASA thing. There's an application that was supposed to be for limiting the cost of defense weapons acquisitions applied outside of its original intended scope. Lex, let me say this before we move on to the next article. Hang on. It's getting toasty in here. I'm going to open up the door. Let me say this. NASA's procurement for hardware echoes the Department of Defense's procurement. They use very similar methods because of the, it's aerospace. It's similar, right? If NASA is this bad, dude, I don't even want to open that can of worms. I don't even want to know what. I don't know. I don't want to know, dude. I don't want to know. I don't want to know, dude. I don't, dude. I know it's derived from that, dude. I don't even want to go down that. I don't even want to go down that road. Do you remember when we were reading about USPS? Oh, dude, that actually reminded me. One thing that's kind of not space news. You remember we were reading about the procurement for replacement U.S. mail vans and how they were going to initially make them with internal combustion engines, build like 10,000 of them, and then take them back and then convert them to electricity over time, right? You remember that? Guess what? Oshkosh is very behind with the internal combustion engine mail van. Yeah, they're already way behind. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're way behind. Yep. They're already screwing the pooch on that. Remember we said that would happen? Saw that one coming. Yep. I don't care what it takes. We need to get the mattress off the roads. Just skip the ICE version already, and the EV drivetrain is simpler. It's almost like if you're building a chassis to put an ICE in and then retrofit with an electric motor, that it's going to be over budget and behind schedule, because that is an idiotic way to procure things. Oh, dude, why, dude? Just go to Canoe or Rivian or something. Somebody that knows how to mass produce things, please. Anyway. Okay, what's this next one? Forge linked this one too. I think he's gone, but this is today. The OSTP releases cislunar science and technology plans. This is Jeff Faust. We'll do it. Yeah, sure, man. Sure, frick it. You want to lead that EV revolution? You don't think you're chomping at the bit? Please, like. Anyway. Screw it, buy the E-axles from Edison at this point. Yeah, sure. Do that. Just Dude, even like retrofitting the Grumman LLVs, just do that. Just do that. Just do that, please. Just. So tired of this, man. Yeah, they won't. Yeah, right. Okay. This is an article from Jeff Faust here. The Biden administration is releasing some final space policy documents focused on cislunar activities and technology development. Uh-oh. The White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, OSTP, published December 18th a policy memorandum during the development of a cislunar reference system needed for the future navigation on and around the moon, as well as a cislunar science and technology action plan. Uh-oh. The memorandum directs the federal government, led by NASA, to develop common reference systems for the moon, providing an implementation plan to the White House by the end of 2026. Serious question, can you define cislunar? It's the area in the two-body system between the Earth and the moon. It's anywhere that's beyond low Earth orbit. So basically, the area not limited to low lunar orbit, rectilinear halo orbit, Lagrangian point stations, and basically transiting anywhere between Earth and the moon. It's anywhere in the Earth-Moon space that's not low Earth orbit. That's what that means. The memorandum... Okay. The memorandum directs the federal government, led by NASA, to develop common reference systems for the moon, providing an implementation plan to the White House by the end of 2026. Such reference systems provide a means to determine position and direction and the ability to convert them to other reference systems like Earth-centered ones. What? I'm not 100% on that one, Hellfish. I need to... Basically, everything does bespoke dead reckoning at this moment. They want an Earth-Moon global positioning satellite. Oh, a reference system. Okay. Okay. A cislunar reference. Okay, okay. They want GPS for cislunar space. Got it. Something like it, at least. Thank you, Aqualux. Yeah, I was kind of a little bit on that one. A shared understanding of reference systems at the moon is essential for safe navigation, scientific discovery, and commercial activity, just as it is at Earth. Now's the time for the U.S. to lead a coordinated approach to establishing reference systems at the moon. Hang on one second, guys. Oh, yeah, something fell over. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. The wind blew and it knocked something over back there. It's nothing. It's just a book. Don't look behind the curtain. Seems like, dude, it's like a horror movie. I was like, oh no, what's behind it? I'm on the stream. Hopefully it's not anything ridiculous. Right? Now's the time for the U.S. to lead a coordinated approach to establishing reference systems at the moon. Well, these and complementary foundational standards for cislunar activities are being defined and infrastructure at the moon is being built. The Cislunar Reference Frame memo follows up on a similar memo from OSTP in April, directing the work on a timing system for the moon. Yeah, GPS. Okay. Yeah, LPS, right? That's what it would be. That time standard must account for the effects of general relativity that would cause a clock on the lunar surface to lose nearly 60 microseconds per day compared to a clock on Earth. Yeah, that's what a lot of people don't know about global positioning satellites. They're not like pinging your position and tracking you. No, it uses timing. It uses time to actually position things. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. GPS has to take into account time dilation because their reference frame to Earth's center of gravity is different than the surface. So there's a little bit of time loss like that. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Creating navigation and other challenges. Okay. NASA would lead the development of this new cislunar reference system, working with Department of Commerce, Defense, Interior, State, and Transportation. The memo also calls on the agencies to work with the international community on the proposal. Yeah, Bob, I agree. It's a good idea. Yeah, right, Buster? Pretty crazy. Yeah, no, this is good. This is what you should be working on. Building out the infrastructure for the moon if you want to go there sustainably. This is a good idea. I actually agree with this. Yeah, sure. Excellent.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mm-hmm. This seems to be just a memo. Yeah, this would the OSTP, the White House OSTP is basically the executive branch. This is and it is the president's job to tell NASA technically what to do. That's what this is. This is the president going to NASA and saying, "Hey, we need lunar GPS." That's basically what this is. Pretty cool. Yeah, no problems here. That's a good idea. We should do that. Yeah, we should do that. At this point, they don't even have agreed upon latitude-longitude system that applies to things going to and from the moon. No one even agrees on what time it is there. Yeah, we'll see. All right. That's actually a good call. That's super cool. Really good news. Where the money is going to come to do that, but hey, whatever. Okay. So, Dale, you didn't need to remind me. I remembered. Here's the tail end of this. Let's check. So this is coming from Eric Berger, right? Who's the senior space editor at ours. This was supposed to be anonymous, but anyway. This is from a propulsion systems design engineer at ULA. What does this say? Mini rant time. Let this be your friendly reminder that the Starship is not a serious launch vehicle, at least not in its current form. I see fanboys out there constantly raving about how revolutionary it is, while conveniently ignoring the fact that its payload to TLI and translunar injection and transmartian injection is precisely 0. Okay. Why? Why? Because it will have depleted its tanks just to get to low Earth orbit and therefore would need up to 8 tankers to refill them. That means, checks notes, 9 total launches, adding up somewhere between $508 million per mission just in launches, while also adding a ton of extra risk due to the need for on-orbit rendezvous docking and tanking operations. The 60-year-old Saturn V was a useful launch vehicle, requiring no on-orbit assembly and getting at least 50 tons to TLI. Starship, on the other hand, is cartoonishly impractical both as a launch vehicle and as a lander, and I simply cannot believe nobody ever mentions this. uh,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't. Here's the thing. I don't look at this and get pissed off. I don't look at it and get outraged. I don't look at it and go, yeah, he's right. I'm just like, all right. So what? What do you like? What's the point here? What are you getting at? It's not a serious launch vehicle? Like, I don't understand. I don't like what okay, what's your point? Not a serious launch vehicle. Yeah, if you want to make the argument that Starship isn't a serious launch vehicle because it hasn't done any really missions, sure. Yeah, if you want to make that argument. But that's all right. Here, let me show you. All right. Okay. All right. Here, I got a good analogy. All right, we were looking at Detroit a little bit earlier. And I got something. I want to show you this. All right, look. Saying that Starship is not a serious launch vehicle and implying that, the Saturn V might be a better idea would be like saying that the Gordie Howe Bridge is not a serious bridge. It's not a serious bridge because it doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't work. The Ambassador Bridge has been moving people for 60 years. The Ambassador Bridge is a serious bridge. The Gordie Howe Bridge is not a serious bridge because it doesn't work. Bro, what are you talking about? Somehow implying that it's never going to get finished? Like, I don't understand. What's the whole what is your point here? Like, this seems to imply that Starship, like in its current form, is not a serious launch vehicle. Well, yeah, no, of course not. It's still being developed. Sure. The Saturn V wasn't a serious launch vehicle until it was. I don't understand. Like, at least not in its current form. You answered you say it's not a serious launch vehicle, not in its current form, and then go on to say that its architecture, which is also not its current form, is a bad way of doing things. I don't get it. Like, what do you... All right, it's in development, dude. And you'd be foolish to think that it's not going to end up doing that. Like, I don't get it. What are you trying to say? This doesn't make any sense, guys. That doesn't make any sense. And what do ULA have? They have Atlas V and they have Vulcan. Those are good launch vehicles. They can certainly move stuff to the moon. Yeah, absolutely. You ain't moving anything like the Saturn V to the moon. You ain't moving people to the moon. That's for sure. Not with those vehicles, at least. The point is that Starship doesn't have a payload capacity beyond low Earth orbit without refueling. Black Eagle, that's a really weird point to make. Because the whole premise of its argument is that it's not a serious launch vehicle in its current form. Well, yeah, of course it's not. If Starship can't refuel, it's pretty useless. But Starship is also still in development. I don't get it. What are you implying? That Starship is not going to be able to, they're not going to be able to figure out refueling? But the guy goes on to say a little bit later that it's going to cost 9 launches and that, with refueling. Don't get me wrong. Like, the other thing is that I do understand, the Saturn V argument. In fact, I've abdicated for that, or advocated, not abdicated. I've advocated for that a lot. I think that SLS needs to be able to get to the moon in one shot. It's a good redundancy built into these high-profile refueling missions or these higher-risk refueling missions. It's a great way to hedge your bets, right? And it also is the most sustainable way forward, not the least expensive way forward. That's going to cost a lot of money doing that, but sure. I mean, what doesn't, right? Like, you know, and then the guy goes on to cite cost at $800 million price point and just launches. How much does an SLS launch cost? The guy pulls a $500 to $800 million to $800 million price point out of his tail, saying that's the cost of 9 Starship launches. How much does one SLS launch cost? And I'm saying that as somebody that loves SLS. I like it. I think it's a good rocket. He says per launch. That means, check notes, 9 total launches adding up to somewhere between 500 to 8 million per mission in just launches, while also adding a ton of extra risk. Okay, where's that? Okay, so all right, where's this number coming from? I'm confused. Anyway, okay, okay, I read it wrong. That was my fault. So is it a serious vehicle? You're talking, the opening statement is to declare it in its current form, and then says in its current form it won't be able to do. It's not a serious. I just don't. I don't really get it. Like, so what's this whole rant for? Like, what are you trying to prove? Usually, guys, when I have rants, I have an end goal that I'm very specifically trying to prove a point to you with. Right? Like, so I brought up it's not a serious launch vehicle. It carries a lot more risk. It's potentially more expensive. But that completely ignores the fact that, like, dude, look at the hardware. Look at Starbase. Do you honestly think they're not going to be able to do any of these things? Like, I don't get it. Dude, look, man, I like SLS and I like Starship, but I'm not going to bury my head in the sand just because I want SLS to succeed. I've often talked to you guys about, like, the day of reckoning. When Starship gets a human rating certification, there is no need for SLS or Orion to exist. And unless NASA and its legacy contractors get their head out of their tail, they're looking at a very, very quick trip to oblivion. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that's not going to happen. It absolutely will happen. I don't want that to happen. I don't think that's a good idea, because that inherently means billions of dollars less spent on the aerospace industry for spaceflight. You can't cut it any other way. That money doesn't go to SpaceX once SLS gets canceled, or Artemis. It's not going to happen like that. It never happens like that. Right? So, what are we going to do here? Are we crapping on a potentially second viable avenue to get to the moon just because it's more risky? If the guy's trying to make the point that we should have a Saturn V type vehicle and a Starship type vehicle, well, yeah, dude, I kind of agree with you there. Yeah, sure, absolutely. But I wouldn't go so far as to call Starship not a serious launch vehicle. You have to be out of your mind to think that Starship isn't going to at least achieve some breakthroughs and goals in spaceflight. It is, you know, he says, I see fanboys out there constantly raving about how revolutionary it is. Dude, where's your 33 engine first stage booster that comes back and lands? Where is that? Oh, wait. No one's ever done that before. Ever. Not to mention that those 33 engines are full flow stage combustion. Another thing that no one's never done before. What are you talking about? Like, bro, what do you mean? I don't get it. Read previous. What's up, man? He thinks it will be too expensive and not worth it. The same argument for reuse when space started. So you can predict the future? Like, okay, all right. Let's play off the notion that he's right, that Starship proves to be non-viable, like the space shuttle. Did we just forget that SpaceX has the most robust and best launch vehicle ever designed by man waiting in the wings? You think SpaceX could, if Starship is a bust, right? And it's a total bust and it doesn't work and reusability is not, you don't think that SpaceX couldn't come up with some pretty damn good architecture really quickly with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy? Like, what are you talking? Like, that's why I don't understand this dude's point. Oh, he's like, oh, if Starship's a bust, blah, 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 it's a not serious launch vehicle. All right, so Falcon 9 is? It isn't? Like, dude, if SpaceX can't make it with Starship, they will make it with Falcon 9. You'd be off your gourd to think that they wouldn't do that, right? And that's playing off a very unlikely notion that Starship is not going to succeed in its avenues, which I think it will. I think it absolutely will. I think NASA should be worried that it's going to succeed, because once it does, you're gonna open up a box, and once you open up that box, you ain't closing it. I don't understand what this dude's trying to make, like the point that you're trying to make, right? Like, you have much patience? That's all right, Bob. I wouldn't be good at what I do. I wouldn't have survived this long in this industry if I didn't teach people about this. Like, I don't look at this and cope and seethe. I don't look at it and get mad. I'm just like, I really don't understand what you're trying to say. It seems to be not incoherent ramblings, dude. I mean, I'm not trying to dump on ULA either. I think Vulcan Centaur is a great rocket. I just don't understand why you're saying this. When it comes to architecture, they aren't wrong, though. Our return to the moon is an overly complex architecture. Well, yeah, erudite, of course, dude. Yeah, no, I agree with, if that's the point that he's making, dude, I agree with you. But I'm not going to dump on Starship just because NASA needs another Saturn V. That's stupid. You can make that argument without pissing in Elon's cornflakes. Because at the end of the day, why the frick would you try to tear down one vehicle to promote another? See that mentality? Do you see what I'm talking about? That right there is a loser's mentality. That's not how you get anywhere in space. This is the gaslighting nonsense that I've been trying to tell you guys about. We need to tear this down so my vehicle is good. Dude, people like that need to leave. You need to get out of here. Get out of here. I'm serious. Go work for the post office or something, dude. You can say that NASA needs something like Saturn V as a redundancy to the inherent risk from a complicated refueling architecture that Starship offers. That is a totally safe thing to say. That is a totally safe thing to do. That's what we should be doing. Did I tear down SpaceX or Starship or Elon in any way, shape, and form there? No, absolutely not. What? Like, why say this? Why bring this up? Why even go there? It's ridiculous. SpaceX is honestly just able to adapt their designs very quickly, hence why I see the initial cost of development as a worthy thing. It will be exactly like a car with the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, yes. Falcon, that's what I mean. Dude, look, everyone, and every SpaceX critic seems to look at SpaceX like they're some traditional aerospace company. You know? Like SpaceX is proposing this very complicated mission architecture, right? You know, and they're looking at it like like other commercial contractors. If you work at other companies, don't mean anything bad by this. Like, because I'm not trying to do what this guy is doing. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. If Stoke came out and said they're going to do something like Starship, right off the bat, I would be very skeptical of it. Not because I don't think Andy Lapsa is capable of doing it. I mean, the guy's company made a full flow stage combustion cycle engine, but that's a crazy thing to propose for your first thing for your new aerospace startup. That is ridiculous. That's like a software startup company trying to talk about mass scaling hardware when they're just a like Series A VC backed company. That's nothing. You start small and you get bigger, right? Why are people looking at SpaceX like they're some small sat launch company? They're not. You got to eventually, at the end of the day, you got to read the writing on the wall.
just look at any flyover of Starbase. Do you honestly think this company is not capable of figuring this stuff out? To pass Starship off as something that's not serious and it's not revolutionary because it's never sent anything to the moon and Mars yet is a little absurd. That's ridiculous. What are you talking about? What? Bro, why even go there? I just don't know, like, why this bothers you. Right? And once again, I'm not trying to suggest that Stoke one day couldn't, that was a conditional hypothetical. Like, I'm not implying that Stoke doesn't have the chops to make something like Starship. If anything, they do. Have you seen their second stage? But the point is that SpaceX isn't just some small Series A VC capital-backed aerospace company. Elon's the richest dude in the world by a long shot. His net worth is double Jeff Bezos as of December 18th, 2024. His net worth is like $450 billion. Okay? Now, don't get me wrong. NASA has proven that throwing money at the problem doesn't necessarily solve your problems. But also at the same time, this guy is hell-bent on making life multiplanetary. That is literally all he does. Like, well, not anymore, but you get the idea. And you know, like, whatever. You can have your criticisms for the dude. I'm not saying you shouldn't, right? Like, free speech, whatever. You say whatever you want, right? Like, not in here. Please don't. We don't need the crazies coming out on either side, okay? But to sit here and somehow insinuate that SpaceX is just another ordinary aerospace company is ridiculous. Come on, man. Like, what are you talking about? Why even go there? Why even say this? Bro, if your first ever launch vehicle isn't a Porsche, why start is what it sounds like. Yeah, exactly, dude. I just don't get it. I don't get why you'd even go there. Like, you're talking about, so Starship can only go to low Earth orbit. That's what? Yeah, it can only go to low Earth orbit in its current form, right? But okay, so all right, if we really want to play this game, we want to talk about Delta V. If Starship launches with a 25 metric ton payload, it could get it to the moon. No LEO refueling required, dudes. Do you guys remember that SpaceX is baselining this vehicle for 150 metric tons to LEO? Starship and its like first iterative development, after its first iterative development phase, so when it becomes a serious vehicle, right? And it carrying 150 metric tons to low Earth orbit, no one's ever done that before, first of all. Second of all, with a small enough payload, it could probably get out to the moon, no problem. Like with a 10-ton payload, if it can move 150 tons into LEO, you could move 10 tons to the moon, no problem. Like, no problem. Like, I'm sorry, there's just no way to get around that, right? Also, to say it's not a serious launch vehicle because even in its baseline, it could do 100 tons to LEO. Like, dude, the writing's on the wall, man. Like, how can you look at everything that SpaceX is doing and be like, oh, this is an unserious attempt at going to the moon? That's beyond me, dude. And this guy's a propulsion systems designer. Like, you can't. It's a full flow stage combustion cycle engine, and it's not revolutionary. All right, dude. Like, I'm interested to see what prompted this rant from this dude, because, guys, I'll be honest with you. I hadn't really put much solace into what this guy was saying, but I did do some research on this topic before. I was just reading it when I was trying to fall asleep the other day. That guy worked at SpaceX. Yeah, he worked on Falcon 9 before he moved to ULA in 2019. Which is the weirdest part of this entire story. In future versions of Starship, plan to put 200 tons into Leo, which would also be more to the moon. Toothless, if there's ever a version of Starship that could yeet 200 tons into low Earth orbit, you could put a LEM inside of Starship's payload bay, and Starship could get it to the moon. LEM could deploy, go down, come back up, dock with Starship, ascent module dump, Starship comes back. You could do that. Sure. Absolutely. Heck, you might not even need the LEM. That's, dude, a baseline Starship, like, if it could carry 200-ton payload capacity, dude, you could just send that directly to the moon. No low Earth orbit refueling required, man. Like, actually, I'm thinking about the. Nah, I like my idea, the LEM. Yeah, you make a Starship, right, that has a thermal protection system, not HLS, right? And it has a small payload bay, like a shuttle payload bay, right? And then you have a crew tank at the front, maybe like a little bit bigger than a Dragon, right? So if you're making that with a Starship that has a baseline performance of 200 tons to low Earth orbit, you're probably moving. I'm trying to do the delta V out in my head. That's probably what if your shuttle style Starship is baseline for 200 and you have a 25 metric ton lander in the payload bay. Dude, that is almost enough to just fly Starship with a lander in its payload bay to low lunar orbit, take the lander out, go back down, come back up, do an Apollo thing, only Starship is your CSM instead, and then come back. That is almost enough delta V to do that, provided you can mitigate boil off. But you got to remember, if SpaceX has gotten to a point where they're baselining Starships for 200 metric tons to low Earth orbit, they've probably figured out how to refuel that too. And if it does 200 metric tons to Leo with refueling, that means it gets 200 metric tons to the surface of the moon and back. If you figure out low Earth orbit refueling, you are set to jet. Remember, per Elon's own explanations, Starship can almost SSTO by itself. It can almost make it to orbit with no first stage. So let's think about that for a second. That's 7 kilometers a second, delta V. He said it can almost make it. You need 9,000 meters a second to get into low Earth orbit. If Starship can almost make it by itself, let's rate that conservatively at 7 kilometers a second with no payload. So you put a payload in that's 25 tons. That gives you, let's conservatively rate it again. That gives you a Starship, probably about 5 kilometers a second in low Earth orbit if you have a 25 metric ton lander, something like that. 5 kilometers a second is enough to get to the moon. That's easily enough to get to the moon. You need 3,500 and change to get translunar injection, and probably about another kilometer a second to circularize. That's enough to do an Apollo style. Yeah, unserious launch vehicle. Okay. Hell, forget the LEM. Just expand the tanks into the payload area slightly and land the Starship. Isn't that what they're doing, Aqualux? Just putting it out there. Isn't that what they're doing? 619, my top of my head napkin math says it's not enough to get home, but it's enough to get to the moon. And if you refueled it, it's absolutely enough to get to the moon. So a Starship with basically the Apollo LEM in the payload bay with a crew tank, right? That almost has enough to get to the surface of the moon with a 200 metric ton baseline to low Earth orbit payload rating. That definitely has enough to get to the moon. If you have refueling, that's enough to get to the moon and back with no landing, right? That's crazy. This is what's on the table here. And SpaceX is very close to figuring this out. They will figure this out in the next 6 months. This is what I'm talking about with the day of reckoning. And this is what I mean, like, dude, 619, my top of my head napkin math says it's not enough to get home, but it's enough to get to the moon. 619, my top of my head napkin math says it's not enough to get home, but it's enough to get to the moon. 619, my top of my head napkin math says it's not enough to get home, but it's enough to get to the moon. 619, my top of my head napkin math says it's not enough to get home, but it's enough to get to the moon. 619, my top of my head napkin math says it's not enough to get home, but it's enough to get to the moon. 619, my top of my head napkin math says it's not enough to get home, but it's enough to get to the moon. 619, my top of my head napkin math says it's not enough to get home, but it's enough to get to the moon. 619, my top of my head napkin math says it's not enough to get home, but it's enough to get to the moon. 619, my top of my head napkin math says it's not enough to get home, but it's enough to get to the moon. 6 To try and bring up an argument that Starship or what SpaceX is doing is unserious is ridiculous. And I'm saying that as somebody that loves the Artemis program and really wants the Artemis program to succeed. You'd be out of your freaking mind to say this stuff. What are you, crazy? Look at the numbers that we just crunched off the top of our heads. Are you nuts? Why would you thrash on Starship? It sounds like jealousy to me, dude. That's what that sounds like. Sounds like you jelly, son. Yeah, there you go, completely right. TLI is 3,800 meters a second. Dude, yeah, I mean, Sirit, if you have a 200 metric ton to low Earth orbit baseline payload certification, right? 20, and you have a 25 ton lander. The hell with refueling. That's almost enough to do the mission. That is almost enough to do it. It's close. It's very close. Starship would have to the big what if there is that Starship would have to do a skip. Voice crack. Starship would have to do a skip off the atmosphere like Orion. That is the big part. If you did on-orbit refueling, a Starship could get to low Earth orbit, go up there, drop a lander down onto the surface, lander comes back up with people, Starship comes back, recircularizes, provided you can mitigate boil off. That's the numbers we're talking about here. That's ridiculous. And dude, they are this close to figuring this out. Like, you can't deny reality here just because you don't like it. Do you see what's happening on the screen there? You telling me they can't figure out how to refuel and mitigate risk for a quick refueling flight when they can do that? Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay. You know, this guy calls Starship an unserious vehicle, and it's comes from, dude, I'd call this an unserious argument, dude. And I kind of agree with him. I kind of agree with that dude. Like, what are you talking about, man? I'm pretty sure you are high. Starship does not have the fuel to get from Leo to LLO without refueling. Black Eagle, I'm pretty sure your comprehension skills are bad. It's probably, I don't know, is English your first language? Did you hear what I said? I said with a 200 metric ton low Earth orbit baseline payload rating, it could. You don't need refueling, provided you can mitigate boil off. If you're carrying 200, if it can move 200 metric tons into low Earth orbit, you can move a 25 ton lander to the moon. Big if. But unlike that dude, I'm not denying freaking reality. You know what I mean? And no, to be 100% real, Starship is nowhere near doing that right now. The Starships right now that fly into space, not even into orbit yet, if we're going to be absolutely critical, the Starships right now that fly into space probably have a payload rating of 40 to 50 tons, which I will say is still better than pretty much everything else flying. No, not pretty much. It is better than everything else flying. There's not many other vehicles that can do 40 to 50 to Leo. The only one that even comes close is New Glenn and Falcon Heavy. An empty Starship can barely reach orbit. Once again, your comprehension skills. You're not listening to me. That's fair. But you're not listening. Starship is unserious. It's bananas. I think most of us understand that where Starship is right now, it could still actually fail. There's no delusion here. And if that's the point that the guy's trying to make, dude, I agree. I think that's a very good point. But you don't need to go dumping on Starship because you think there's a possibility of it failing. I've never seen anyone do math to get any version of Starship to TLI without refueling. I don't understand why you guys aren't listening to me. Am I speaking another language, or we're talking in English, right? Guys, do the math out. If a vehicle can move 200, if a two-stage launch vehicle can move 200 metric tons to low Earth orbit, that same 200 metric ton launch vehicle with a 25-ton lander, right, and 175 tons of nothing could get to the moon with a lander inside. It could get to low lunar. Yeah, absolutely. It absolutely could. If not, you'd be very close. I don't think you could do the whole mission, but you could get to the moon. You could get at least to the moon's SOI. At the very least. Do the math. The dry mass is way too high. Respectfully, you're wrong here. Starship is just too heavy. It's not how delta V works. I mean, yes, it is. I mean, yeah, I suppose if you guys want to make the argument about what your final mass is in this particular scenario, sure. Absolutely. What I'm telling you is that without looking at those numbers, I mean, dude, unless you want to make the thing out of bricks or concrete or something, even the stainless steel, like, okay, think about it like this. Can Starship send something, not Starship, can Falcon 9 send something to the moon? Sure. It's going to in January. What's the mass of those payloads? It's sending 2 payloads to the moon, Blue Ghost and Hakuto RM2. What are the mass of those payloads? What's Falcon 9's total payload capacity? Falcon 9's total payload capacity to low Earth orbit in full expended mode is, I think it's 22.5 tons. So if you're moving 2 3-ton landers, if you have 2 3-ton landers aboard and not 22 metric tons, it can move it to the moon. I don't understand where the confusion here is. We're talking about a hypothetical 200-ton DeLeo Starship. Now, right now, Starship is 50 tons at best, so people are just not getting it. Yeah, Yuri, that's what I'm talking about. Like, guys, this isn't... You're not even... Starship would have to be made out of, like, carbonated steel, not stainless, to be able to move 200 metric tons to low Earth orbit and not get 25 to low lunar. Past TLI to low lunar with a 25-ton payload. What did you make this rocket out of? Because 4 mil thick stainless steel is heavy. That's a lot of dry mass. You're not wrong. But that's not enough to make that big of a difference when you have a 200 metric ton DeLeo payload capacity. And keep in mind, because people are clearly confused about this, I'm talking about where Starship is projected to go, not what it is right now. Yeah, Aqualex, I don't understand how people are getting confused by that. And Black Eagle over in the YouTube chat was saying that, you know, that's not how Delta V works. Oh, yeah, it's very much how Delta V works, actually. Yeah, that's very much how Delta V works. Yeah, maybe if you made it out of lead, Graham, yeah, sure. People also understand that Starship and Super Heavy don't get fully fueled right now either, so I bet it can send more. I also can say with a lot of confidence it's 74 to 80 tons currently. I'm running some numbers in my head, Trey. Give me 1 second. Even taking into account 100 tons dry mass on Starship. You have to go backwards. You have to reverse solve the delta V equation because we're filling in the blanks retroactively. Yeah, dude, the math's still checking out. I don't think it has enough to come back. If you have a Starship that's 100 tons dry mass, 200 ton payload capacity to low Earth orbit, that's at least enough to get to the moon. Oh yeah, you could get to the moon with a 25 ton payload. I'm pretty sure. If not, you could get damn close. A lot closer than y'all are giving it credit, for sure. So you're at some rough calculations. If the numbers on Wikipedia are to be believed, puts a fully fueled Starship at roughly 8,000 meters a second delta V. I was figuring 7,000 in my off the top of my head. Okay, so Sarah, what are you saying? You're doing this with 200 ton dry mass and 2,000 tons of fuel. So 8 kilometers a second. That's so, okay. You would probably expend, with 200 tons of payload, right? You're going to expend, out of that 8,000 meters a second, right? You're going to expend what? 6-7 kilometers just to get to low Earth, right? Siret, run those numbers. 2,000 tons of fuel, 225 tons of dry mass. Run them. How much delta V you get now? Because you guys are going to remember the delta V equation is logarithmic. It's not linear. It's logarithmic. Question: 8,000 fully loaded with payload or just empty? The numbers that Siret was running took into account 200 ton dry mass, 2,000 tons of fuel. Why does Starship needs to come back? We're just discussing theoreticals of Starship architecture. It uses ln. It's a natural logarithmic function, Nova, not log. Log is different. Let's flip this around. How many tons of fuel would Starship, with its 200 ton to low Earth orbit, need to retain in its tanks to still have enough to get to low lunar? It depends on the we need to talk masses here and specific impulse of the Raptor engine. In my calculation, I mean, keep in mind, guys, the calculations are off the top of my head. They're probably wrong. They're probably close, but they're probably wrong. I was figuring 380 seconds specific impulse, because that's what Raptor makes. In this 200 ton variant, it probably makes close to 380. That's what I was figuring. Siret, so you ran the numbers with 225 ton dry mass. That's 25 tons of payload, 200 tons of Starship, 2,000 tons of fuel. With a 25 ton payload, a 200 metric ton low Earth orbit rated Starship with a 25 ton payload would get to low Earth orbit with 7,800 meters a second delta V left over. I was right. That's more than enough to get to the moon and back. If you have a LEM inside of the payload bay, that is more than enough. And also, you need to be able to mitigate boil off. You're being really conservative on specific impulse. This is what I'm saying, dudes. This is what I'm talking about. You can't deny the reality of Starship. It could still fail. But also, that's very unlikely. But also, if it succeeds and SpaceX accomplishes their goals, holy balls. That's going to be cool, man. We've moved into retro encabulator territory for me. Forgot, is that that's with or without refueling? Thousands? That's without refueling. That's no refueling. Because the premise of the argument, I'm pointing at it like I'm still on the other screen. The premise of this argument is that it's an unserious vehicle because it could just get to LEO and it needs to refuel past LEO. But if you're looking at SpaceX's stakeholder expectations, they want to eventually get to 200 tons to LEO with Starship, to low Earth orbit. What I'm saying is that if you have a 200 ton lander or 200 ton Starship with a baseline rating of 200 tons to LEO, and you put a LEM, something like the LEM, a 25 ton lander. I mean, how much mass was the LEM? Here, let me check. Just to be sure. Just to make sure I'm not going nuts. Yeah, look at the extended duration LEM. It's 16 tons. I'm figuring a 25 metric ton orbiter. If you have a Starship that can bolt 200 tons into space at a 380-second specific impulse, you could, if you have something like that, you could just put the LEM inside of Starship's payload bay and send that to the moon. And the LEM could get you to the moon, and the Starship could get you home. It has enough delta V to just go straight to lunar orbit. Yeah, crazy, right? That sounds like, yeah, exactly, 1,000. That's the point I'm trying to make. That sounds like a pretty damn serious rocket with no refueling. That's what I'm getting at. Ellisers, have a good night, man. That's what I'm getting at, dudes. Does that sound like an unserious rocket to you? Keep in mind there are 3 sea level Raptors, so it's closer to 350 seconds. Narnian, if you figured 350, dude, even figuring 350, it's still close, man. We haven't even seen Starship at its peak of performance. SpaceX improves all the time, anytime. That's why, what am I doing? That's why I figured 200 tons to LEO, right? With 380 second specific impulse, because that's the direction that Starship is trending. This is what I mean, dudes, about this Day of Reckoning stuff. Starship is a force. To call it an unserious launch vehicle is ridiculous. Ridiculous, bro. Keep hitting the copium. All right? Keep hitting the copium. And I'm not even, like, dude, okay, all right, I'm not going to lie. I'm a huge SpaceX fanboy. But I also love SLS. I love every rocket. I don't need to dump on one rocket to make another rocket look good. I don't need to do that. I can talk about their strengths and weaknesses individually. Like, because why would you dump on another rocket to prop up another rocket? In this particular case, this guy is dumping on a rocket that exists for a rocket that hasn't flown in 50 years. What is the purpose of this exercise other than making you look like an idiot? What's your point? Do we bring back the Saturn V? I mean, dude, I'm here for it. Let's go. Let's do it. But by the time you bring back your Saturn V, that whole 200 metric ton Starship thing might be a thing. Bro, I want to do that in KSP. I want to do that in Kerbal. I'm going to build a Starship and put a LEM in it. That'd be sick, dude. That'd be so good. Oh my goodness. That would be so good. EJ, if you refilled Starship in Earth orbit, isn't it capable of lunar landing and returning to Earth as a single unit? With an HLS ohm? Maybe. But the HLS has a different set of landing engines, so HLS is heavy. What I'm saying is, have a starship and have a payload bay like the space shuttle and have a crew tank in front of it. If you can make that and baseline your starship at 200 metric tons to LEO, you could just put a LEM in your starship, a 25-ton lander in your starship, and that could get you to the moon easily. Heck, that'll get you to Mars. Really, that'll get you to the surface of Mars. No problem. No problem. Like, you probably wouldn't be able to get back, but also, whatever. I think you would like what I'm building. Building not in Kerbal. 250 tons to low Earth orbit, full Hydrolox rocket with reusable. No, that's cool, Yuri. That sounds neat. It could happen, Black. That's what I mean. That's in the realm of possibility. The whole point is that Starship thing, that 200 metric tons to LEO is probably not something that's happening anytime soon. I'll admit that. Sure, of course. Yeah, that's probably not happening anytime soon. But Black, would you not agree that that is in the realm of possibility? That could happen. That's the likelihood of that happening is more than zero. Right? The crew tank would need to be pretty small. Yeah, Sirius, I was kind of tooling it up in my head. It's almost enough, dude, which is absolutely insane. It's even ridiculous that we're considering this thought exercise. But my last was for you. Okay, level 1, let me see. I mean, it's a good argument. I like that. Oh, Mel, yeah, I got you. That makes sense. Having this in mind, I'm not sure why, but I thought the plan was to land the starship itself. It is. My architecture with the lander in the payload bay, is made up. That doesn't exist. It's a hypothetical. Level 1, I'm looking. I can't find it. If they need a hot stage at launch for propellant settling, how do they relight at the moon? What phase of the mission, level 1? I will believe it when I see it. Until then, it's just some top-of-the-head math some random streamer did. Yeah, I know. At lunar circularization. Okay. Yeah, level 1, you got to settle your propellants. Downward vents. Starship already has those. There's vents at the bottom. So you have downward facing RCS, right? So they're on the back of the engine section. In Starship's case, it's not even a hot gas thruster. It's just they use tank ullage to. It's called an ullage motor. If you really want to know, they basically vent the tanks, and there's 2 vent lines that go to the back of Starship, and that puts it under a slight acceleration. Now, if you're retro burning around the moon, if you get to parasynthion, right, a small pulse of your RCS is not going to change your trajectory at all, especially if you're near parasynthion or paraloon. It's not going to change much. You're not changing much. What it will do is settle your propellants because it's putting the vehicle under a decelerative force. If you're going backwards under a decelerating force, it's the same as going forwards under an accelerative force, right? That settles your propellants. That's how they do it. That's how Falcon 9 relights its engine. Same idea. They're called ullage motors, dude. That's a good question. Sorry for repeating a question, but is that number also counting 6 RVACs and 3 sea-level Raptors? Nah, that's where it gets into a little bit too much of a hypothetical. Yeah, Caveman, good point. I've not seen anyone discuss it, but considering how they move the flaps, any idea on roughly how much that would constrict a payload bay door width, thereby restricting payload size? Raymond, the main cylindric part of the payload bay at 9 meters is more than enough. Let me put it to you like this. There's still almost enough to fit a school bus in there. a big school bus. Yeah, no, I don't see it being that big of a deal. But also, I'm pretty sure that Starship is going to get stretched again in the future. Its payload space is going to get stretched, which is why SpaceX keeps showing us those long Starships, it looks ridiculous. But also, if it moves 200 to Leo, I don't care. I don't care what it looks like. I really don't. I don't give a frick. I don't care. It could look like a flying tuba. If it moves 200 tons to Leo, dude, that's going to be my favorite launch vehicle, man. It's going to be a big flying tuba. You know? I can't wait until we see Starship put Haven Central Hub to Leo. Actually, you know what, Tigris? That's a good point, dude. Ray, look at here. So Vast is a commercial space station builder. That they're newer, right? And they're working on their Haven 2 space station. Here, take a look. So they already have a welding test article for one of these modules, the Haven modules, right? But their space station plans in the future are centered around a 7-meter space station module. That's a 7-meter diameter. And let's be real. Like, I don't know off the top of my head what rocket's going to launch that, but there's no vehicle except Starship that can carry a 7-meter module. New Glenn has a 7-meter fairing. So this has to be a vehicle that's coming in the near future, right? That has a payload volume, at least, or a payload diameter that's more than 7 meters. Ray, the reason why I bring this up is because that center core module is most likely what the size of the payload bay for Starship is going to be, at least baselined in the near future. That would be a good place to start if you were wondering about this. It's 7 meters right now. Yeah, that's true, Sirius. I mean, keep in mind, yeah, planes changed. They do. What about SLS? Ben, SLS could move that, sure. That'd be great. I'd be cool with that. Sure. Put it on a 1B cargo. Put it inside of the universal stage adapter. Let's go. I'd be in. Let's do it. Great idea. I doubt that that's happening unless someone decides to ramp SLS up, which I've been saying you should do, but you know. Something fun. The S4B fueled was 123 tons, plus the 16-ton LEM, 139 tons. Don't know if it'll fit. Just saying. Yeah. That was Vast. Vast space station, Jim. Mm-hmm. That or it needs to survive in the airstream in lieu of being fully encapsulated. Yep. Mm-hmm. What am I doing? I might be out of the loop, but what happened to the plans for how to open Starship's fairing? Dude, I don't know. I think SpaceX has just shelved plans for their payload bay because the rocket doesn't get into space yet. You gotta probably need to get that whole get to orbit and come back down thing figured out before they even work on a payload bay. What's amusing to me is that Starship's ultimate 2-orbit goal, non-reusable, is almost enough to lift the entire mass of the ISS in one go. I know volume matters. Yeah, this is what I mean. To describe Starship as some unserious launch vehicle is absurd. This is how I would have Artemis in terms of SpaceX. A 2-launch architecture. 1 launch with a SpaceX lander in a Starship payload bay. The lander's propulsion would be an engine with a simple design relative to full flow stage combustion, pressure fed. Second launch is a refueler, which is basically another lander without legs. With this architecture, you still get a huge, very capable lander in cargo and can still carry many humans. I mean, yeah, Erudite, that's another good point. Dude, even if Starship doesn't work with beyond low Earth orbit stuff, you still have at the very minimum a 50 ton, like with its unserious version right now, you still have 50 tons to Leo and back. That's double the space shuttle with a payload bay that's almost double wide. Are you telling me we can't cook up something with that thing? Even that is good. Even that you could do some really, really interesting architectures with, right? Yeah, Falcon, I'm glad you like it. I've been trying to do these thought exercises more. It's pretty cool, right? Personally, what am I doing? I think that Starship is going to end up like the space shuttle. It's going to look like the space shuttle. I think Starship is going to have payload bay doors that open up like this. Not the chomper fairing and not the letterbox. Some of them might have the letterbox payload bay door for deploying Starlinks. But there's going to be a version of Starship that has a crew tank in the front up by the header tanks in the nose with payload bay doors that open up like this and like this. Like this. Right? Geek, 68-month resub. One more month. I think the letterbox Pez dispenser will still be around, program, sure. Because Starship needs to be able to maintain... Starship right now, its big goal is obviously the lunar lander. But one of the other big things for Starship is that it needs to maintain the Starlink constellation. At least Starlink V2s, right? And I don't think of that just because I look at very fondly at the space shuttle in the past. I think it's just convergent design. The shuttle's design was boiled down in a crucible to be as simple as possible for a reusable launch vehicle that could move 25 tons to LEO. Okay? The shuttle was boiled down in a crucible of the U.S. aerospace industry in the 70s, which were pretty good at doing crazy things, right? That is the simplest way to do it. Starship really likes to be vertical, right? So a chomper fairing that goes like this, here, hold up. Starship model. Starship likes to be like this on the ground. So a chomper fairing that works like that is not really useful for putting payloads into a payload bay volume, right? Because if you open up your chomper fairing like this, how do you get a payload in the payload bay? Seriously, how does that happen? You have to put the payload down, and then you have to somehow move it this way, and then you have to somehow move it that way to get it to its payload attachment fitting, which would most likely be down here. How does that work? You can't drop it straight down. Your header tanks are right here. There's the header tanks and the flaps are right there too. So I think that Starship in the future for this part of the payload volume right here is going to have a shuttle style payload bay door that opens like this. And then in the forward compartment, you're going to have a crew tank. Because that's the way that makes the most sense. So when Starship is on the ground, you just open the payload bay door sideways and you could just pick up payloads and you just put them right in. You have a longeron pin style payload attachment system. Now keep in mind, with a longeron pin style system, the chomper fairing actually makes more sense. You could attach it to the pins in the back and then rotate it into position. But that's really complicated. If you just have payload bay doors like this, you're not going down and then over and then down again and then down one more time. You just like that. See what I mean? Yeah, I don't think the chomper fairing is going to happen. That's just personal opinion, though. But then again, we might get to the future where they just do whatever they need because they're mass-producing starships. Just build one with shuttle doors. Build one without shuttle doors. Build one with the damn chomper fairing. Who knows? I think because the shuttle was boiled down in a crucible, it was really designed to be as simple as possible. There's some convergent design here. Convergent design does exist with spacecraft. There's a reason why most pods look very similar to each other. If you're designing a vehicle that's designed to take heavy up mass up and down, you're going to get something that inevitably bears some passing resemblance to the shuttle, somehow. Look at Dream Chaser. Dream Chaser looks like the shuttle. It's definitely the same vibe, for sure. Is it the same vehicle? Hell no. But there is some convergent design, right? Like the tiles, for instance. right? Or the X-37. They all look the same for a reason. And the X-37 has payload bay doors that open up like the shuttles. Just saying. How about a palletized loading system style loading arm? Dude, the shuttle did that floating. The shuttle had pallets. Dude. Oh, dude. The shuttle pallet system was so smart. Oh my God. I really want to see Starship with something like that. I've read many a technical reports about the shuttle's payload integration system. Oh my goodness. They basically invented palletized payloads with the shuttle. There were pallets. There were shipping containers like the MPLM. Dude, they had it figured out, man. It's a really good way to do things. Like, really good way to do things. What's the bet we see a payload bay test on Flight 7 with that Pez dispenser? Yeah, that'll probably happen. With shuttle-style doors, you could also fold out a crane arm that could lower payloads to the ground from a vertical orientation. Correct. Would you load the payload at the pad or in the mega bay? T-Man, loading at the pad is what makes the most sense for granted Starship's quick turnaround time. But here's my thing, and this is something that I still don't understand how SpaceX is going to solve. If Starship comes back down and does that, right? And it's full, and SpaceX wants to get it to a point where it's fully reusable, right? To just put it right back down on Super Heavy with the chopsticks. How do you fill this up with payload again? How do you do that? You'd have to take Starship. You'd have to take the Starship on the chopsticks and bring it back down, right? Right? So if it was me, if that was the case, T-Man, here's how I would do it. The PCR, the payload changeout room from Slick 6 at Vandenberg, I would just make that. If you guys don't know what the PCR is, the payload changeout room is basically exactly what I'm talking about, but it was designed for the space shuttle. Let me find it. Give me a second. I gotta... That thing. See this building right here? This is Slick 6, which was Slick 6 at one point was a shuttle launch pad. SpaceX ironically owns this pad now. Slick 6 was a shuttle launch pad. Before that, it was a Titan 3 launch pad that was never used, and then it became a shuttle launch pad that was never used, right? What about a garage door? Yeah, Trey, we've called that a bread box door. Yeah, a bread box door could work, sure, right? Imagine they build a payload changeout room into the tower. I don't know how you'd do that, Aqualex, but that would be cool. So basically, you set Starship down. Say where the shuttle payload bay is, or where the shuttle is in this, is where you would set down your Starship with the chopsticks. I would have the PCR probably on SPMTs or something. The PCR in real life was on rails. But this is a building that basically has a clean room in it. And the PCR rolls forward, and the payload bay doors on the shuttle open up, and they open up into the payload changeout room. I have a picture of what that looks like, believe it or not. It's not a picture you're going to find very often, and it's in my stack of shuttle pictures. I'm looking for it. But I like scrolling through these pictures because there's some really cool pictures of the space shuttle in here. Nice, Predominant. There's another shot of the PCR right there. So there's a shot inside of... This isn't... I'll be honest. They aren't the payload changeout rooms. That's Chandra, by the way. They aren't the payload changeout rooms. This is the shuttle's rotating service structure. The RSS is the same idea, though. Yo. Aqualex, dude, what if they built an RSS into the back of the tower, and it used the same mechanism as the quick disconnect? That would be insane, dude. That would be insane. So see that shot was inside of the RSS. I'm thinking something along the same system as the chopsticks. It's not a module moved around by the chopsticks himself. That's not a bad idea, dude. So see the RSS, guys? See the kingpin right there? This thing rotated into position, and when it rotated into position, it covered the shuttle's payload bay doors. And the shuttle's payload bay doors could open up into this payload changeout room. The rotating service structure has that PCR that I'm talking about. But can you imagine the kingpin for this being on the backside of the tower, like the quick disconnect, and it rolls into position? There's no way the tower would take that. There's no way. That would be nuts. It would be really cool, but it'd be nuts. There's the shuttle in the VAB, which is pretty cool. There it is. Here it is. This is what I'm talking about. See? The payload bay doors open up into the payload changeout area. See that? That's why I think it's going to have the doors, because convergent design, that's the easiest way to do it. And it forms a clean room. It forms a clean room at the pad for a shuttle that's stacked. This shuttle is attached to the ET and boosters. Nice, predominant. The payload changeout room, the PCR, this thing right here did the same thing. It does the same thing as the rotating servant structure. In fact, it's the exact same design. The only difference is that it rolls linear. It rolls forward and backwards on rails, and it finds the payload. It finds the shuttle's payload bay doors going this way instead of rotating into position. What are those rods? Those? Oh, they're not attached to anything. Oh, no, I know it. Well, no, I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe a latching mechanism to make sure the doors stay in place? See last. The tower thing is actually interesting. What if the ship landed on the chopsticks with the door facing the tower? Then they could load the bay from the tower. If it did that, geek, but that would be a really weird way to land that thing. This snuck in there. There's a road map of the external tank commodities. Yeah, see the rotating service structure? There it is. See, it basically hugs the space shuttle. And that made it so you could load stuff into the payload bay when the thing was on the pad. Yeah, see it? Trey, I think that SpaceX will do something like this. Just because convergent design. Starship has a payload bay that just happens to be quite similar in shape to the shuttle. Not size, though. Probably easier to fix the PCR and just move Starship into it. They can already do that. What paths would... Slick 6 wounded, yeah. Yeah, Bob, what I'm thinking is just take Starship, catch a Starship with the chopsticks, bring it down, just put it in the integration area where they would pick up the stuff for stacking, and just have something like a PCR on SPMTs and just go right up to it. Do the same exact thing. Go right up to it, load your payload, out, lift the thing up, put it right back on the pad. Because integration is not the bottleneck here. Guys, integration ain't your bottleneck. That's not the bottleneck. SpaceX can put together a Starship stack in like an hour. Think about that for a second. How quickly do they get that booster up and on the pedestal and off the pedestal? It happens real fast, doesn't it? It happens real fast. We've seen them stack a Starship in like 45 minutes. That's not the bottleneck. Getting the thing on and off is not a problem. Which is why I'd say do it on the ground and not try to build some complicated structure into your catching tower. There's no reason the booster and the ships have to be on the same relaunch schedule. That's the other thing, Kenny. Yeah. You could just have this payload changeout room, have 3 or 4 starships at the pad, you know, launch one, tee another one up, load it, and when that thing comes back down, you just put it down, pick up the one that's loaded, and go. You could just swap them out, which is nuts. That's what I'm saying, man. This is like, it's just like the 200-ton thing that I was talking about a second ago. We are close to this actually happening. This is actually something that could happen in the next 5 years. That's not, oh, fusion is just 10 years away. No, no, no. This is something that could actually happen very soon. Like, very soon. Hey, Pat. What if we just use the tower, have the PCR in the tower section? It would need to be able to rotate around the chopsticks tray like the quick disconnect. Because remember, Starship's payload bay would be facing away from the tower. So can you imagine something like that? That'd be cool, dude. Dude, I'm kind of here for it, you know? Didn't Elon say something about having a line of Starships loaded and waiting to get stacked onto a returning Super Heavy? Yeah. And Aqualex, that's kind of my other impetus. Like, I forgot about that part, but that also, that's my other reasoning for your payload changeout room being just on SPMT, something that you can just boop, 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 you know? And also, SpaceX has a lot of former shuttle engineers and managers. That's very true. Back in the Hopper days, that changed 2 years ago. Bob, Starship became very real when that happened. Starship became very real when this happened. Like, I kind of would have agreed with that guy about it being an unserious launch vehicle until that. That kind of proves it. I don't think people realize how technically ridiculous that is. Dude, if you can do that, you could. I'm not worried. You will figure out refueling. I am not worried. If you have the chops to catch a 220-foot tall booster that just moved a Starship into a suborbital trajectory and eventually into orbit, dude, if you have the chops to solve that problem from a technical aspect, you can figure out refueling. That's not an issue. Like, refueling is down here on the difficulty scale compared to doing that. The chopsticks got him! Right? Oh, this was a good space news. This is fun. So Flight 8 orbit? I think so. So in that case, you wouldn't want the payload changeout rooms near the tower. Imagine the traffic jam. Also, I get the impression the payload changeout room would be the bottleneck, because I doubt loading payloads will go up as fast as stacking every single time. So you're probably going to want to be able to have more than one Starship being loaded at once. Okay, Aqualex. All right. All right. All right. All right. Fine. I know where you're going with this. Here. You probably weren't thinking of this, but hold on. Okay. All right, fine. You want to do this? Here. The World Port Terminal, but with Starships. The World Port Terminal, but a little bit taller, with Starships. One PCR that moves back and forth? No. All right, fine. Screw that. 8 PCRs in radial symmetry, all being fed from one payload staging area. How's that? Does this make you happy? That's nice. That's nice. Yeah. How's that, huh? This makes me very happy. Yes, please. I'll take 20. Dude, also Worldport, man. Where did we screw up, dude? Look at that thing. The world port looked like a flying saucer, dude. Looked like a flying saucer, and it was a covered jetway. So when you're doing plane operations, you don't get rained on. Starship Revolver. Yeah, man. It'd be super useful to have a building near 39A or 40 for payload integration, like some form of vehicle integration building. Yeah, Ray, I know. Why do you think I wanted it? Very nice. How much? Beats the hell out of Dulles. It's JFK, but yeah. They demolished the world port, by the way. Yeah, they demolished it. Dude, that with starships, dude, that's the future we could live in, man. It's the future we could live in, dude. Did Max get to talk to Bill? Oh, yeah, he did. That's Will Robinson Smith over there. That's Max. Oh, this is all the press. That's Irene Klotz right there. That's cool. They were talking to Bill in the flesh. Now transfer that design into space. Star Trek, here we come. I'm in, dude. And the rest of the airport managers are like, we could buy a lot of raincoats for the same price as that roof overhang. I see Max dressed up for the occasion. Wrecked. And on that bombshell, it's time to end. That's pretty funny, dude. You guys want to go work on the truck? It's all right. Bill's got the old blue jeans on. Yep. The future we could live in is the past once you modernize the zoning and regulation systems. Let's see. We'll see what happens, homie. Yep. I want to see the Satisfactory building. If by truck you mean the Pillar of Autumn, yes. Really? Wait, Yes, though, are we considering the possibility of needing personnel involved in the loading operations? I guess it kind of depends on the payload, Aqualex, right? Like, probably want the PCR outside the blast detonation area. Dude, can you imagine in the future, like, having the world port and then having a Starship taxiway? Dude, I like that. That's good, man. A Starship taxiway. Not a crawler way. Starship Flight 37, you are cleared to taxi using taxiway 1, 2, 3, or no, taxiway Alpha Bravo. Just Starship on SPMTs. You know, you load people in cargo, you taxi it to the pad, it picks it up, puts it on there, and lost. Dude. That idea is getting me kind of fired up, man. That would be pretty cool. Instead of airport tugs, you just have the SPMTs, or use airport tugs to pull Starship on a processing stool. That wouldn't suck. That'd be pretty sick. That's all I'm saying. That would be pretty cool. Kind of here for it. Just saying. I need a space traffic control tower at the Cape. Yeah, Ben, ignore idiots. Don't listen to them. Why not sending a line of starships down the crawlerway to the pad from a VAB extension? Stop. Stop doing that. Stop doing what you did. Your hands, no. Stop. You stop this now. Towers equals runways. Exactly, home. Oh, dude, wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that's some 2001 Space Odyssey stuff, man. That'd be sick. And this is close to happening. It could happen. Look at the screen. This could happen. How can you look at Starship and be like, nah, that's not a serious launch vehicle. That's Saturn V. Like, bro, what are you, high? Are you crazy? And 2001 ended so well? Whatever. Did you finish The Pillar of Autumn? No, not yet, was. Have you been to the Gateway exhibit at KSC? That spaceport by the ride, but with starships. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. He clickbaited us on Pillar of Autumn, such a tease. Oh, look out for Pete, master of psychology. Oh. I'm just kidding. I'm still here. Imagine the control tower needed to make sure they land in order. That would be so sick, man. Be so sick. Oh my goodness, dude! Even thinking about that, just the lizard brain is going. The lizard brain's firing off, man. Oh. How many weeks out do you think we are from IFT7? I think it's going to be in early January. That and SpaceX doesn't seem to be afraid of building purpose-built equipment once they have a plan. Imagine purpose-built self-propelled Starship transporter stands like the Octo Grabber. That'd be so sick, dude. That'd be so cool. I mean, Aqualux, that would be cool, but I'm personally of the get a tow bar and tow it with an airport tug. Tow the processing stools around with an airport tug. That's where I'm at. That, dude, that would be pretty cool. It's 9 meters predominant, yeah. Can I show you the coronet was? Tow it with a Model X plaid. Or a Cybertruck. Screw it. Screw it. All stainless steel motif. Let's go. Alex says Friday the 10th for Flight 7. I'd believe that. I would believe that. Alex is pretty smart. And they still lost my luggage. Going to model up a concept? I wanted to do that. Dunkaroos, mate. Yeah. That's, dude. Guys, I know you shouldn't count your chickens before they hatch, but we are let me just say we're the closest to this we've ever been. Maybe the only thing that got closer to this, take a ride into space on a reusable spacecraft is the shuttle. And Starship already flies more than that thing does. Just saying. Falcon 9 has almost launched as many times as the entire shuttle program did over 30 years this year. Just putting it out there. I'm just putting it out there. If that's what they can do with a vehicle that wasn't designed to be reused, Starship has reusability built in it from the start. I'm just putting it out there. That gif over your head is a pretty dang big chicken. Right? Right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dude. Wazzy, you want to see the coronet? I'd have to move the 59 out of the way if we're going to do that. But we need to work on that thing. I need to fix the transmission pan. I could just do it in the morning. It is raining right now. That's the only reason. We could do this in the morning. You guys want an early stream tomorrow? Here it was. Give me 1 second. Let me check something, okay? I'll be right back. All right. Here, Waz. This is for you, buddy. There it is. See it over there? There's an Electron launch at 9 a.m. Oh, dude. There is an Ship 110, this is Canaveral Space Traffic Control. Taxi via 4 Alpha to Mechazilla 20 left. Bro. Oh, dude, we gotta do that. Dude, that'd be so good. Oh, that'd be so cool. Tease? All right, fine. Here's what we're gonna do. No after hours tonight. I'll see you guys here for the Electron launch. Then we work on the cars. And then we'll play games. Then we'll do space news. And then we'll do after hours. How about that? NASA often faces criticism for project delays, budget overruns, and prioritizing ambitious goals over practical solutions. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't give them anything to do. Is that a deal? That a deal? No nap? No, I'm going to go take the nap now. I think I did the traffic control joke on one of the previous rocket reviews. Yeah, I think so. Deal? I'm craving for some Area 51. Shakes hand. All right. Okay. That's going to do it for this then. We're going to stop. And you guys will get a very long stream tomorrow. But in order to do that, I need to get some sleep. Now, actually, just out of curiosity here, are there any other launches tomorrow? No, it's just Electron. Owl the way up at 9 a.m. I'll see you guys here, 9 a.m. Anyone we can raid? I don't know. Here, you guys can look at the coronet if you want. In case you guys haven't seen this, I know a lot of people have been watching for Space Moves. You don't know that. That's my shop. This is where I work. Look, here. You want to see some Wonka Vision stuff? Watch this. How about that? Fake news. That's AI, EJ. Shut up. All right. Let's see who we can raid. I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early. Okay? We're going to do this. We're going to do it right. Oh, yeah. I did it right. Who do you think you are? I am. Did it right. Italics. Let's go. Let's see what he's up to. If you're on YouTube, don't worry about it. If you're on YouTube, go watch Starbase Live. That's going to do it for me, guys. I will see you guys all tomorrow, bright and early. I'm going to go get some sleep. Okie dokie. So Electron, cars, games. I don't know. Maybe we want to play Satisfactory. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, you know what? We need to finish that mission in Derail. We'll do Derail for the game tomorrow, then Space News, and we'll do Satisfactory for After Hours. My brain will be absolutely cooked by then, but hey, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Go see what Etel's up to on the YouTube side of things. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.